waiting for the buzz. Oh,
Yeah, because you keep talking that shit about my fucking kid. And you annoying me and aggravating me. And I'm trying to enjoy my life.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Standing at the bus stop, sucking on a lollipop. Once she gets pumping, it's hard to make the hottie stop. Hottie stop, stop, stop.
You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now. The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. What up and welcome back. I'm Jane, the plainest Jane, and I serve syrup in the form of black news and celebrity entertainment, okay? We are back. It was such a struggle to go live today. I have some new technology. I got a brand new Mac Mini computer that I got all decked out. Cost a god-awful amount, but it was definitely something that I needed. So I was having some unexpected technical difficulties. So let me know what the audio is sounding like. I really enjoy my new setup, but oh my gosh, between cable management and just making sure everything can run as smoothly, well, better than it did last time. Oh God, if you understand how frustrated I was. I love an upgrade, but I hate setting up and adjusting to new tech because it's always something that's going to throw you for a loop. But listen, come on in. Y'all are on the church bus. We have so much that we need to talk about. And now that I've spent like 3 or 4 days getting my new setup set up, oh baby, I'm ready. I'm ready to go live. If not every day, every other day. The bus is back up and running. It is back in action. Drop your pancakes in the chat. Can everybody hear? They say it sounds great so far. Okay. All right. So we're sounding good. We've got good audio. How are y'all feeling? Have y'all had a good weekend? Let me know what topics you want to discuss, even though I have a boatload of them. I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to get to all of the topics that I have because there's a little bit over 10. I think they're like 15 topics. So I'll just try not to spend a whole bunch of time on each topic. But baby, between Tiffany Haddish, Jonathan Majors, the substitute teacher that was the substitute teacher versus the student, these kids in this generation in general, do they have respect for their elders in a learning environment or in general? The YSL trial is literally a movie right now. Okay. It can't be real. Bishop Lamor Whitehead is still a crook. Tokyo Toni. Tyrese is having another rant, meltdown situation. Wendy Williams got some info coming out. You know, there's some things that we really, really, really do need to talk about. So come on and have a seat on the bus. I truly have missed y'all. I've wanted to go live the last 2 nights. I just knew I was going to have some issues. And sometimes when I want to go live, I just want to go live and not worry about if everything is this hooked up right? Is this going to sound right? So I had to do a couple of test runs before I got started here with you all. And I'm glad I did because there were some things that were totally hooked up wrong. But look, y'all don't care about my wires and my cords and my brand new Mac Mini with 4 terabytes storage. Okay. Y'all don't care about all that. Okay. Oh my goodness, no, Jamal, that is crazy. Where's Leo? Is he on vacation? He's around. I'll go get him later because, you know, he like to act a fool. I just refilled his treats too, so I'm glad he's not in here right now, but I just refilled his treats. So when he come up here, he got something to do and a reason to stay out of my face. Okay, so yes, I got 4 terabytes and I got a boatload of RAM because from my understanding, the more RAM you have, the less you'll see a lag on your screen when you're using the internet, because a lot of that comes from you not having RAM memory. That's just what I'm told from the experts, baby. I don't work for Computer Geek, child. I don't work for Computer Geek. Okay. I will call tech support in a heartbeat. All right. I want to get into something that is so egregious. And thank you for paying your fare. Okay. Thank you so much for paying your fare. Y'all know it is free to ride my bus. All that I ask you do is to pay your fare by hitting thumbs up on the video. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else, nothing else, nothing else, nothing else. So I definitely appreciate you all being here. I appreciate y'all hitting thumbs up as you have a seat on the bus. Listen, y'all know things are always sticky in real life and in Hollywood, and we're going to get into all of the syrup today. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Listen, let's go ahead and get ready for takeoff. Okay, are y'all ready? Drop some pancakes if y'all ready, because if y'all not, we can sit here. Okay. Do we see pancakes in the chat? Did we see? They said, hey, where's the cat? He gonna be in here soon. I swear some of y'all like the cat more than y'all like me, and that's a problem. That's a problem. It's like, no. Let's get ready for takeoff. Let's go. Okay. The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. Okay, so you know, over here I talk about Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. I consider it all to be syrup, right? Syrup, pancakes, that's my theme over here. Things are sticky. Now, on today's episode of What the Hell is Wrong with Y'all? What's wrong with y'all? I want to talk about this YouTuber who literally did the unimaginable. It's egregious. Some people may even feel like it's so bad that you need a trigger warning. Like, this was disgusting. Okay, this was disgusting. Take a look and prepare to be outraged at how heartless and how cruel some people will be for a click and a view. Pathetic. Let's take a look. Make sure you hit thumbs up.
Los Angeles, California has the third biggest homeless population in the United States. And today it's my job to make sure there's one less hungry person on the streets.
Hey, excuse me, sir. Hey, I was wondering, are you hungry by any chance, man? All right, man, I got you. Would you like a Baconator, fries, a drink? Is that cool? All right, what's your name, man? Israel. God bless you, Israel. I got you. I'll be right back, man.
Pick one Baconator combo, please. Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, man, I got you a Sprite, you know, here, large fry, got you a Baconator, man. I was homeless myself, so I want to make sure you get on the right path. You know, you're always able to, you know, get back on your feet. You know, so I want you to enjoy this. This is really good. All right, take care. Have a nice day.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
That's what we doing now? That's what we doing for views? I mean, for all that, you could have just left him the hell alone and not bought him anything. Well, I mean, you didn't buy him anything, right? But why did you have to put this man on camera, humiliate him? And this is a YouTuber, I think his name is WhatsUpTre. Despicable. Disgusting. Okay? Let me show you some of the other videos that he likes to create. Let's get into that really quick. Okay, let's take a look at this on the screen. Let me make it bigger for you. So I visit his channel and I see he's making videos exploding fireworks at the golf course. I brought a bomb into a classroom, destroying a Girl Scout cookie stand. I took a crackhead to Top Golf. I can literally do whatever I want. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You know what? Honestly, even if, let's just say he did this type of rude stuff and he went back and gave that man a meal anyway, that was still heartless and ruthless to do. I'm trying to give him 1% of the benefit of the doubt. Let me capture this bizarre moment on camera, but still do something nice behind the scenes. That was still rude. But let's just say he didn't do that and just take it at face value. What type of heartless motherfucker you got to be? Like, just what? Forget the fact that I hear the 2 Girls 1 Cup instrumental playing in the background. Put a 2 in the chat if y'all remember 2 Girls 1 Cup for back in the day. Okay. But how ridiculous and nasty can you be? And this is a channel, I think he's got like 6,000 or something like that subs. Huh?
Why?
When I saw this, I was beyond disgusted. I hope they it's difficult for me to hope that somebody's channels get deleted because I've been there before, but I hope he's ready for karma when karma meets him, because this was egregious. It was abominable. It shouldn't be tolerated. Period. Period. Just trifling. Let me check the temperature of the chat, and shout out to the people joining the membership for 12, 13 months. Kiva, Light Visions, the Famecom Network. I believe there was a super chat there as well. This was out of pocket, and I had to share this with you all. I mean, attention seeking troll at what expense? At what expense? Karma gonna tear him up. And baby, all I can hope is that I have a seat to watch. All I can hope. All I can hope. Okay. They said that's all Mr. Beast's influence. These kids see you get rich and famous for either being nice to people in need or mean. Poor people. Let me see. I do think there was a super chat that I missed. Kai Bailey, shout out to you for not only being a channel member, but also for sending a super sticker. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Yeah, that was out of pocket, and I wanted to share that with you all. Egregious. Egregious. I don't know what can be done. I feel like that type of content really shouldn't even be allowed on YouTube. It really shouldn't be. It really shouldn't. But I mean, hey, what can you do? Freedom of speech, freedom of whatever the case is. I really wish it was against the law to exploit people that way, especially if you're not even helping them. Some people have a problem with it in general. Even if you're doing something nice and you're putting homeless people or people in need, should I say, on camera, people feel like that's too much because what are you trying to prove? But definitely if you're going to sit there and just eat in front of their face, like, that's crazy. That's crazy, 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 crazy. The next video we should see of him is I can't disagree with that one. Okay. You might be right about that. Okay. If reporting works, I say, hey, but that was out of control. That was out of control. So I had to give y'all that rundown on today's church bus chat. I ain't even go to church. I said a couple of prayers this morning. I said about 3 prayers today so far. But I think I saw this video last night. And I'm like, he's clearly unmedicated. He's clearly delusional, destroying Girl Scout cookie stands and all this other stuff. He's not on his meds. He's one of those Jaguar right Tokyo Toni types. Okay. And we got to talk about Tokyo Toni as well. All right. He's unmedicated, and he definitely does need some paws to the face. You know, he needs some paws to the face. Where are the people that are willing? Where are we at? We need more. We need more. We need more. Okay. Let's get on to our next subject. Had to get that out of the way. Let's see. What is the next thing that we're going to talk about? Okay, Jonathan Majors. I think he's done. I think he's done. I did a video on Jonathan Majors before. And, you know, the text messages came out. And then they said they had video footage. You know what? Before we get into Jonathan Majors, real quick, I want to get into the substitute teacher. I'm sorry. I want to hop around a little bit. I want to get into the substitute teacher. Baby, the internet has no chill, right? Again, on today's episode of What the Hell is Wrong with Y'all? Y'all, look at this meme. It's out of control. Now, look. If you get it, you get it. If you know, you know. I posted on the community tab, I think 2 days ago, who was in the wrong? The teacher, the student, or both of them, right? And I put the link for reference there. And as a matter of fact, what I'll do right now, just in case some of you haven't seen it, I'll put the link in the chat. But baby, I am not playing that video. Not only is a minor caught up in an altercation in that video, but also you got some cakes out. I mean, baby, the substitute teacher, her cakes were, woo, them cakes was out. Do you hear me? If you've been under a rock, okay, if you've been in the bushes, then I'll put the link to the fight there, right there. Okay. Look, honestly, from my perspective, right? And I'm gonna open the phone lines for y'all in a second. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna open the phone lines right now. In my perspective, because I really want to know how y'all feel about these churn. The girl, the student, going behind the desk and invading the teacher's personal space to the point where the teacher was backed up against the wall. The girl made the first move. The student made the first move, and the teacher responded to that. Okay. The teacher defended herself, while some people feel the teacher went too far. When you invade somebody's personal space and you raise your arm to slap them and they respond to defend themselves, you can't tell them how far they are or are not going to go. Right? I can honestly say I'm happy with the outcome because it's a dual outcome. There's some duality, some mutuality, should I say, here. Both of them are being charged with assault and or battery. Both of them. Because at first it seemed like only the teacher was going to be charged with doing something to a minor, when really that little girl started it. That little girl started it, right? And apparently the backstory on it is she was taking pictures of the substitute, and if you have a fight, I'll put it in the chat. She was taking pictures of the substitute, asked the student to put her phone away to stop taking pictures. The girl wouldn't stop, so the teacher confiscated the phone. The student, according to what the class is saying, the student then told the rest of the class, hey, record because I'm about to turn up on this teacher. So she planned on laying hands on this teacher, and she wanted the students to record it because she wanted a viral moment. And baby, that's exactly what she got. But it's not the viral moment that she thought she was going to get. I posted it on Twitter. Actually, let me see what y'all said with the poll that we put on the community tab post. And shout out to all 316 of you all that are here right now. Make sure that you hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. Otherwise, I'm gonna kick you off the bus. Period. Point blank. Okay. Now, let's see what this poll is hitting on. Let's see. Okay, so I said, who was in the wrong in the video of the substitute teacher hitting the child back over the phone? And I left y'all the reference. 7% of people said it was the teacher. 61% of people said it was the student. 32% of people said that it was both of their faults. Okay. So, look, when you play stupid games, one thing my mother told me growing up and in general, when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And I seen a tweet going viral the other day. It said, those of y'all who were born and went to school in the 1900s, were the students always this disrespectful? And I'm like, wait a minute. This is a little crazy. You even calling it the 1900s. Like we talk about 1905. Like, girl, anybody that went to school in 1905, 1920 is dead. Okay, I'm sorry. But to answer the question, no. We did have respect for authority, at least in a physical sense. Were we menaces with our mouths, especially to substitute teachers and teachers who didn't stand that ground, teachers who, in order to get control of the classroom, they had to go next door and get one of those more stern teachers? Yes, we were verbally sassy, but were we physically sassy? Did we ever see student versus teacher brawls? Not really. Not while I was in school. Not while I was in school. We would drive them crazy with our comments and our games that we would play with. Whatever we knew would get on their nerves outside of being physical, that's what we would do. But not this stuff that we see nowadays. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's a different day and age. I don't see how these teachers deal with this this younger generation, this newer generation. I've never had the desire to be a teacher. I've never and I would never want to, especially in this day and age. I mean, I do love to teach to a certain extent. That's why I do YouTube consultations and mentorship or whatever you want to call it, but not these students nowadays. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's just too much that we're seeing happen and go on nowadays. It's too much. It really is. And so I really want to know what y'all think. I want you to comment down below. And even if you're chasing a bus, which means that you didn't catch it live, you're watching the replay, comment down below what your generation was like. Did you see a lot of this? Can you count on one hand how many times you've seen things of this nature? Now, there's another situation. Because, I mean, the conversation nowadays is because a lot of this starts at home, right? And you've got people defending this little girl's behavior as if she didn't do anything wrong. And she absolutely did do something wrong. Was the teacher 100% right? Could she have restrained herself? And here's the example I gave to my homegirl when we were on the phone talking about it. Okay. I'm like, look, people want infinite empathy for children because children don't know what they do. Their frontal cortex isn't developed yet, blah, blah, blah. Just let them hit you. Let me tell you something. When I was 2, I bit my great-great-grandmother. You know what she did? She bit my ass back. And I'm glad she did. She needed to. These kids need to be taught. You can't just go up hitting people and the excuses, well, that's a child. Let them open hand you. Let them punch you. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not me. Not me. Right? Now, she didn't beat the girl to a bloody pulp. The girl didn't take pictures and come back online and she got a black eye, right? Did all of that happen, or am I mistaken? Did the girl go to the hospital and have to treat injuries and is now pressing charges because the teacher really mollywopped her? No, she overpowered that girl and pinned her down. It seems like the damn substitute teacher used to be a wrestler of some sorts. Something. But she really didn't beat that girl's behind. But that substitute teacher definitely showed her behind. Okay? It was a trip. It was almost a stretch. I had to watch it 3 times just to zoom in on the fight because the booty was distracting me. That's where this meme came from. When I saw this meme, I said bye, because she got the girl pinned down. Her dress is up. A lot of people felt like the teacher wasn't wrong, but her outfit was. She got them cakes out. They said, why is she not wearing no underwear? Listen, it was either a thong, a G-string, or free balling. I think it was a thong, me personally. I don't know. I don't know. Could the teacher have pulled back a little bit? Yeah. But could the student have not done that in the first place? Yeah. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Period, point blank. Now, let's listen to exactly what the teacher has to say. Hold on now. Let's listen to exactly what the teacher has to say about this situation. Okay, she gives her explanation and she's defended herself. And I want to know what you think. Listen, there are 370 people here and 200 likes. What's going on? But like, where we at? Do I need to go? Hit that like button before I shut this whole bus down. Okay, let me hit the brakes. Y'all got it messed up. It's free. You ain't got to send a Cash App, although you can, right? $THAPLAINESTjane. But listen, you don't have to spend money to support the show. Hit the daggone thumbs up button. Let's listen to what this teacher had to say, though. Real talk. I do think it's important to hear her side of the story. She does have a mugshot. Of course, we can't see the student's mugshot because she is a minor, but they did both face the same charges. Okay, so let's get into this.
You wanted to hear from the teacher? Here I am. First of all, I want to say I love everybody. Thank you for your support. Yes, people have been getting threats and some negativity. That's just It doesn't really matter. At that point, everybody does have an opinion. But I've been working with young people for 22 years. I started out in high school tutoring young folks in elementary. I taught dance, cheerleading, drill team. I taught Sunday school.
Okay, Sunday school.
Praise and worship dance. Like I said, Sunday school, Sunday church, and found myself, I used to work as an administrator in the office or office support.
Was she frying chicken back there? What's going on? I want some chicken. I want some fish.
In the school district, and then I'm here as a substitute teacher. Thank you. I'm so glad you can hear me or can't hear me. Can or can't. Okay. So I just wanted to say though, in all my 22 years, never have I ever experienced what I experienced this Monday. I've never been attacked by young folks. I love young people. This is why I work with them. I have a heart for them. That young lady attacked me and she went for blood. She took out an inch of my hairline from here all the way to 2 inches back here. Dang. And y'all know that Black women have hair issues, okay? I don't understand what it is with Black on Black crime. Black women hating on each other. I never did that. I always show love to my sister, especially to the kids. The kids are our future. So that fake page that was up, that somebody was like, F the kids and F that job, it was never F the kids, because the kids are our future. But I'm going to tell you this. She was in my space. She was behind the desk. I followed protocol for whoever said that I touched her first. Okay? And I tried to call for an administrator or somebody at the office 3 times.
She did, honestly, because when the girl first started invading her space, she was already picking the phone up trying to call. But the girl, when you back somebody up into a corner, But
never in my 22 years working with young people have I ever been attacked. But let me tell you something. Within a month, there has been a teacher that was knocked unconscious with her head kicked in. Twice, 2 teachers. Another teacher got a gun pulled on her. And like I say, I love kids. My husband said, yeah, I spend my own money. I reward good behavior. I let the kids know that they have something to offer the world. They do. Each and every one of them is special in their own way. And the world is waiting for them to share their gifts. But as for me, as much as I love the kids, I cannot put my life or my livelihood in danger anymore. I will be saying goodbye to this profession. I went to school 3 times for real estate. Oh, yes, I'm being faced with charges as well behind this. And so if I get a charge on my record, there goes my career again, period. I have 4 children. My children would never, you best believe, I raised my kids right. They would never disrespect authority of any kind or an adult. They know to come to me. OnlyFans is out of the question. I'm not that kind of lady. I grew up in church. Okay? But I just wanted to say, I still love the kids. They are our future. But at this point, I cannot put my children's livelihood, Amy's, nor my family in this situation to where I'm not getting paid. And it may be possible that what I went to pay my money for to go to school for 3 times. Yet I did not think that I would be ending, I would not be working the last 4 weeks of school. But anyway, I will have.
I'm sorry. Who is Unc in the back singing while frying that fish? Do 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 do. Hold up, I gotta hear that again.
Ending, I would not be working the last 4 weeks of school. But anyway, I will have. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will have more details on what happened. I appreciate everybody that's given their donations to my husband's GoFundMe account. That's awesome. And all the phone calls, thank you for calling and praying with us. And so many people are leaving the profession. And I'm going to have to wash my hands behind this as well. I can't do this. And I'm not here to talk about what was under my clothes. Okay, that is not even up for discussion. But you're hearing it from the teacher right now. I do love kids. Please raise your children. Spend time with them. Love on them. Teach them right and wrong. Teach them to respect authority. If you want to keep a job or go into these professional places, you have to follow protocol.
You can live without that phone.
That's right. You can't be on your phone at a job, period. You know? That's right. That's right.
Okay.
There you go. I appreciate your prayers because prayer does work. God is real. I've seen him act on my behalf in my life. And I believe that he will continue to act on my behalf. And it's a shame that some of y'all's head is in the wrong place right now with your dirty minds. Y'all supposed to be grown-ups, and you got a mind of a child. Grown people a grown-up, a child in a grown-up's body. It's a shame. It's a shame. You've never seen women get in an altercation. There's always breasts or something flying. You know, I mean, let's be real we got to pray for our children and we got to raise our children. It still takes a village. Trust me, if I see
you heard what she said. Anytime it's a fight, it's always breasts or something flying. You heard her. Okay. I mean, she not lying, but I don't know why this is. I can. Oh.
You know, I mean, let's be real we got to pray for our children and we got to raise our children. It still takes a village. Trust me, if I see a child doing something that they shouldn't be doing, and if you got love behind it, they respect that. One time I saw some kids lighting a firecracker under somebody else's car. And I was like, babies, now y'all know y'all should not be doing that. Your mama ain't going to be able to pay for somebody else's car. They didn't know me from Adam or Eve on the street. But you know what? But they knew that I was coming from love. I come from love when I walk in the building every day. And react with respect. You have to give respect to earn it. It takes a village. Trust me, if I see a child, it's a shame. You've never seen women get in an altercation. There's always breasts or something flying.
Period. You
know, I mean, let's be real we got to pray for our children and we got to raise our children. It still takes a village. Trust me, if I see a child doing something that they shouldn't be doing, and if you got love behind it, they respect that. One time I saw some kids lighting a firecracker under somebody else's car. And I was like, baby, now y'all know y'all should not be doing that. Your mama ain't gonna be able to pay for somebody else's car. They didn't know me from Adam or Eve on the street. But you know what? They knew that I was coming from love. I come from love when I walk in the building every day. And react with respect. You have to give respect to earn it. And trust me, I respect them babies. I respect all them children. I respect every person. They have feelings, and their feelings are valid. But I do not tolerate disrespect. Not from my, excuse me.
Uh-oh.
I don't tolerate mine disrespect from anyone. And yes, I will walk away.
Well, you heard what she said. She said it's always going to be breasts and butts of flying, period. Now, I saw some people asking for the call-in number. I just wanted to make sure she could get out what she had to say. Let me drop the call-in number so that, because I did see that there was somebody in the field of, in the education field, and they wanted to call in because they said that somebody had an opinion that they haven't heard anybody else vocalize. So I'm going to drop the link so that you all can call in. And really anybody, you don't have to work in the field of academia in order to call in, okay? But I want to give you all the opportunity to call in. But also, this happened at Rocky Mount High School, okay? And I do want to show you, because from what I understand from the residents of that area, they say that the students do get pretty bold, and they basically, in so many words, said the teachers be getting their ass beat. And so the teachers be getting their butts whooped by them students sometimes, which is why I want to bring up the policy of this actual district that this woman worked in, okay? So, yes, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, okay? So here we can see the policy manual, and it says consequences for unauthorized use, okay? School employees may immediately confiscate any wireless communication devices that are on, used, displayed, or visible in violation of this policy, okay? Absent compelling and unusual circumstances, confiscated wireless communication devices will be returned only to the student's parent. Now, also over here, it says, NCPS policy states that if an employee is attacked by a student, the employee has the right to reasonably restrain the student and defend themselves to the point that they are free of the threat or attack. As for cell phone use goes, the policy notes that administrators may authorize individual students to use wireless communication devices for personal purposes when there's a reasonable need for such communications. Okay, so according to her policy, it says, listen, if a teacher is attacked, they have the right to defend themselves. So I wanted to go and grab that information for you all, just so that y'all know that, you know, before it was they're pressing charges, they're doing X, Y, Z, that, you know, according to her policy, I guess it depends on the reasonably, the how reasonable people feel like, and there's a gray area, right? Because some people feel like she defended herself, the teacher, and some people feel like she did too much. So that's the policy. I would love to know where you all land with this. But again, both of them were charged. Now we've got a couple of callers back here. I want to go ahead and bring them up. But let me just go ahead and verify what the charge was that the both of them were charged with. Because here's her mugshot. Here is her mugshot. Let's see what it says. Police have charged both a student and a teacher for a fight at Rocky Mount High School that was posted on social media. The substitute teacher was charged with simple assault, as was the student, though the student threw a juvenile petition. Police said no injuries were reported. And for me, I feel like it's fair that both of them were charged because, again, I can't pull it up and I won't play it, but I did post the link earlier, and it's also on the community tab for everyone to see. If you haven't seen it already, that girl invaded the space of that teacher at first, backed her into a corner, and threw the first blow. And the teacher responded to that. So let's go ahead and get into some of our phone calls. Thank you all so much for watching, for being here. Hit thumbs up and welcome our first guest.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
All righty, how are you? And thank you for calling in. What are your thoughts?
You're kind of, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's weird because I can't hear you.
That's strange.
It went silent. Like literally, I can see your mouth moving on the screen responding to me, but I can't hear you. Let me see something. Let me take out my headphones. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
There it is. Okay. So this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion. It's probably going to be an unpopular opinion.
Gotcha.
Just to give a little backstory, I was the one in the comments that said that I worked for a school district. So I worked for I'm in California. I worked for a school district in an area called Lenox, which is like heavily Hispanic. I worked there at the middle school for about 3.5 years. And I moved to an elementary school in another school district, and I've been there for about 3 years. What I will say, one of the things that I've noticed in this age that we're in with technology and kids having iPhones and iPads and Nintendo Switches and whatever electronic devices that they bring to school, a lot of these schools, and for me, the 2 schools that I have worked at, they don't even bother confiscating those items. And I think a lot of it has to do with what we just witnessed. Kids assaulting teachers, for taking the items, kids getting upset in class, disrupting class. My personal opinion, I did watch that video a couple times because, I think people kind of see what they want to see when they're looking at these videos. But I went back and I watched it. And one of the first things that I thought was, well, why didn't she, call for an SRO officer, which is a school resource officer? Some schools have them on campus, some schools don't. But then somebody was saying that, she had called, and then I watched in the video that she tried calling the office like 3 times and nobody picked up. I don't know what they were doing in the office that somebody couldn't have picked up her call. But and this is just me, what I would have done is once I saw the girl getting aggressive with me over this damn phone, I would have just given it back to her because it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? It's just a goddamn phone. And the same, like, now she done lost her job. Her mugshot is all over the TV, and this little girl gonna have a phone tomorrow when she go to class. She gonna have the same phone. You know what I'm saying? If it were me, like, I just would have given her back. Okay, I confiscated it. And I don't know if you know, but she had confiscated other students' phones as well. That girl wasn't the only one. And she gave the other kids theirs back, but didn't give hers back because she was cussing at the teacher and using foul language. But once I saw her getting riled up, being aggressive, coming towards me, girl, you can have this damn phone, You can have a phone. You also can leave my class. Gather your backpack and you can go. When I was younger, I was born in 85. So I grew up in the 90s, right? 90s, graduated high school in 2003. I've never witnessed a student fight a teacher. The closest that I've come to is seeing a very small teacher try to get in between 2 big ass dudes fighting, and it was not pretty. But I've never seen a teacher, be attacked by a student from when I was growing up. Most of the times when kids were being disruptive, they either called the office to come remove those kids, or they honestly just put them out and locked the door behind them. I had a teacher one time the student didn't want to leave class. She walked over and dragged his whole desk out of the door and then closed the door behind her and locked the door so he couldn't disrupt class anymore. So I just feel like I get it. The rules are that we're not supposed to have phones in class, but I just don't think any of this was worth it over a phone. Because it's like, yeah, you were defending yourself because this child swung on you, but I'm thinking from a preventative measure, like, what's the best thing for the whole class? Am I really gonna sit here and argue with this irate child who is not rational because she's a child, right? She's not thinking in her right mind, and these kids are attached to these phones. I would have given it back to her, Jane. I'd have been like, well, here's your phone. I would have left a message for her real teacher, because, girl, you're not even her real teacher. You're just a substitute. You know what I'm saying? You was probably going to be gone the next day or the day before. I would have just wrote a letter for the teacher, went to the office afterwards, let them know about this student's behavior. That way, when her teacher comes back or when the office got around to it, they can call her in to discuss her behavior. You know what I'm saying? I would have sent her to the principal's office and let the principal, discard it. That's what they do at the schools that I have worked at. Is, if it's an issue where kids are on their phone, they're not supposed to be. Usually they just send them to the office. They let the principal know he was on his phone during class. She was on her phone during class. And if the principal wants to discard it, then they'll keep it, and parents can come and pick it up at the end of the day. But a lot of these teachers know that these kids is ignorant behind their electronics, so they don't even try to, take stuff like that. Like, I remember I was in 8th grade, right? And when I was in 8th grade, it was when Juvie was going to take over for the 99 and the 2000. It was like 98 and 99. And I don't know if you remember, but at that time, yo-yos started to make a comeback. And a lot of kids had yo-yos, and they were doing those tricks. And I remember we were in science class. I was in 8th grade. And there was a student, his name is Manuel. I never forget him. And Manuel had ADHD. And he had his yo-yo out in class. Mr. Brown said, Manuel, put the yo-yo away. Man, he didn't. He asked him again, I need you to put the yo-yo away. Manuel was like, said something under his breath, didn't put the yo-yo away. Mr. Brown walked over to him to try to discard it. And Emmanuel got aggressive. He got aggressive. Mr. Brown tried to take a step back, and he was yelling in the hallway for somebody to, call an SRO. We had security at that school, and that's who came up and had to literally, Manuel had started throwing chairs across the classroom, and the SRO officer had to physically restrain Manuel. And this dude was big. He looked like Terry Crews, on God. But Mr. Brown was like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do this with this kid over no yo-yo. I'm gonna let him have it, and I'm just gonna call somebody to come and remove him from class. So I just don't feel like
there are different distractions in every generation, and I think the phone trumps all. I think we all can agree, because even phones are distracting for adults. Okay, phones are distracting, and if you think not you, right, but problem resolution. Every time a child is distracted, whether it be a porn or a Playboy magazine, a cell phone, a yo-yo, something they bought from Five Below, if we always had to get a principal involved or leave our classroom as a teacher, where does that leave it? I feel like once the student invaded her personal space, it was no longer about the phone. So if all it took was for a teacher to say, that's distracting to this class and you need to be paying attention, I'm going to confiscate that now, because the manual tells them they can confiscate XYZ things. And all the student has to do is buck up and get a little loud and raise their voice. And the teacher is going, okay, I give it back. If that's all it takes to really not have to listen to authority. And then you have some students who, I'm not leaving. You can say, get out my class, right? The students going there, because even when I was in school, like I said, we weren't disrespectful in a physical sense, but there were definitely some times when teachers were trying to put students out of class, and they like, I'm not leaving. So if all it takes is for you to get a little aggressive, to have an aggressive tone with the teacher, and you got to understand there are power plays in order to create respect in a school setting, and that worked for a great amount of my generation, especially in middle school. We had this principal named Mr. Dickey, and he came in there, not to say he scared you shitless, but if we had silent lunch, because we had silent lunch if we did too much. He took away certain dances. Y'all keep talking. I'm taking away the dance. Now try me if you want to. Yeah. That's a power play to get control over your class, because every time, and he had to come to different classrooms and do that because he was the principal. And there were 87 different classrooms. All of them are filled with 35 different students. And if every time a singular student acted up in a classroom, you had to go get the principal, or you had to have because how many school cops are we going to need if either we're going to ask a student to leave and the student won't leave, or then the teacher has to leave their classroom every single time. And those were the students those were the teachers you took advantage of, or the students in general took advantage of. Well, if we act up, if we get rowdy enough and we open the door and whatever, they're going to leave out and go find a teacher, and they're going to be gone for 25 minutes. Half the class already gone. By the time they get back with somebody else, we didn't have to do our assignment today. So sometimes in school, it's about a power play. And I'm not talking about a physical power play, right? I'm just talking about garnering the respect of your subordinate. And these kids, they don't get it. Now, I'm not saying teachers need to be beating kids, but I don't think a teacher should have to leave their classroom when they're trying to get respect. And I also feel like there's only but so much a teacher can do if there's not respect going on at home. If the kid is being muck at home, then when they get to school, the teacher's powerless. The teacher is already powerless. So it's unfortunate. And every school and every manual and every school district's rules are a totally different thing. So, it's not one size fits all, and every classroom and every school has different rules based off of how orderly or disorderly they are, So, I mean,
I get that. And
could you imagine how many times they want to revoke a phone, and every time they want to, and especially in this day and age, they would be at the principal would never have time to do principal stuff. So
and that brings me to my point is that I think a lot of these kids have their phones out in class. I think a lot of these teachers don't think it's worth the hassle to confiscate phones. That's honestly what I think. I work at an elementary school now, and I have some 3rd and 4th graders who have phones. They have them sometimes.
Like
we see that they have them. They call their parents with them, even though they're supposed to come to the office. They call their phones, and my principal sometimes will see it and be like, "Is that your phone? You're not supposed to have that out." And they'll be like, "I know. What are you doing? Calling my mom? Make it fast." And then that's that. But I just feel like in this particular instance, like when she saw the girl walking towards her, like when she decided she wasn't going to give the girl the phone back, and then the girl started displaying signs of aggression walking towards her, that's me personally, that's when I would have made the decision to just give it back to her, because I'm not going to tussle with nobody's baby.
I mean, I get it.
Put myself in a situation where I got to defend myself, and now I look like, like a crazy person fighting someone's child at school. I feel like over a phone, she didn't have a weapon out. She didn't have drugs, because she wasn't passing blunts to nobody. It's just a phone. And I get it, they're not supposed to have it, but the facts are is that like all these kids be having their phones out in class. All of them do. And it's really up to the teacher, I think, to decide whether or not they want to take it. And like I said, for this particular instance, with her being a sub, like, and one thing I wanted to comment on is you did mention about the kids not having respect. I saw some stuff floating around social media that the girl's mama had made a post. I don't know if that's true, but they were saying
not true.
Mama. Okay, because I was gonna say, girl, you're not even teaching the little girl no respect. So how you gonna come out and talk about the child? Okay, so that's not true. But I just feel like me personally, something like a phone, I'm a substitute teacher for a day. I'm probably not gonna see this little girl after that. I got kids that need attention. I'm trying to teach a lesson. If she want to sit her little ass in the corner and miss the lesson and play on her phone, that's her business. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking at it from somebody walking towards me, aggressively, even if it is a kid. And listen, I'm 5'3". I'm very small. There are some of my 5th graders who tower over me. So being in the classroom with a bunch of, 7th graders, 8th graders, and high school students who are just as physically developed as I am and bigger than me, they could probably do me some serious harm, you know what I'm saying, in a fight. And for me to avoid something like that, if it's something as simple as just them playing on their phone and they want to act, crazy over phone, just take the damn phone, I would just let their regular teacher and the principal deal with it.
Like what it's going to lead to is it's going to lead to more of an academic police presence in the school. And that's something that we don't want, right? Teach your kids not to raise it. You should not be hitting the teacher. You should not be hitting the teacher. Period. A student also shouldn't be disruptive and taking pictures, countless pictures of the substitute. And apparently that's what the substitute asked. Stop taking pictures of me. Stop taking videos of me. Like, what are you doing? And then she confiscated the phone, right? So if people feel like the teacher shouldn't have done that, well, what it's going to lead to is on-campus police officers who would have intervened. Do y'all want police in every classroom? Or do you want the teacher to be able to, based on your kid every now and then, because they're doing a little too much, hit your kid? No, but based on your kid, sometimes You know, so it's a fine line, and I feel like at this point they just need to put cameras in every classroom, because what it's turning into is sometimes when these kids are recording in class, it's used as valuable evidence when these teachers do get hurt. The student who broke the teacher's leg a couple of weeks ago literally bent her whole knee sideways. Some of these teachers are really getting their ass beat because these kids don't have control of themselves. And if a student had been filming that from their cell phone, that you should or you shouldn't be on them, but if we didn't have it, there would be no case. What do? Man, put cameras in all of these classrooms, include sound. That way, they need to come up with some system. Come on now, it's 2023. We got robots for everything. They need a system where these students come into the classroom and they put their phone into some sort of lockbox that automatically opens when the bell rings.
That's what I was going to say. Teachers should probably collect the phones at the beginning.
When the bell rings. That way, it's not up to the teacher. It's not up to this. It's not a distraction. Maybe it's on the desk and it just opens, closes, and we don't even have to worry about teachers confiscating anything.
Right.
And if there's a fight or a teacher being racist or whatever, the camera in the classroom has captured it. Period.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's the simple solution. But thank you for calling in. We got a couple of other callers back here.
All right. Thank you, James.
No problem. Bye-bye. All righty. We got a couple other callers. Hey, what is going on, Caramelize? What are your thoughts?
Hey, Jane. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Well, this is Sugar Mafia. I changed my name because you approve it. You was like, yes, girl, I love your name. So I was like, I'm gonna change it to Caramelize. Sugar. So I'm speaking from me as a parent that actually has a child that like to act a fool in the classroom. Not in this state, because my child know better not to square up with nobody. Because if it was my child in that video and me as a parent saw that, I would tell that same child, like, it's good for your ass. You shouldn't be getting up, squaring up with anybody, and she should have knocked your little ass out because I taught you better than that. Period. So I feel like with me as a parent, my daughter's in a charter school. After the whole pandemic situation, they was using books and, you know, how we used to do going to school. Now it's these Chromebooks, which is not helping the situation. So, and then you have these phones, and I feel like these children don't want to go outside. They don't want to do anything. It's just like they're brainwashed over these technical stuff. To the point that I feel like it's slowly putting their brain into mush. And I even spoke to my daughter, like my daughter's 13, and I have conversations with her to understand where she's coming from and what's her thought process, because the way how she acts in the classroom, yelling, cursing, mind you, if she's home with me, she knows better not to do anything like that. But as I tell some people, because some people love to blame all the blame on the parents, when it's like, to be real, not to say, you do have some parents out there that their child run wild and do whatever, but it also affects the parents that actually are participating and involved in their kids' lives, because one bad apple affects the rest of the apples. So with me saying that is more me saying that I spoke to my daughter and I asked her, like, why are you wilding out? Why are you acting like this? And her main thing that she would say is, oh, because they took away my phone. That's why I act the way how I act. And I used to tell her, like, so just because they took away your phone doesn't mean that you acting like that don't justify the situation. When you get your stuff together, it's more faster for you to be rewarded to get what you want. So these kids are not understanding that. They just feel like, I'm a child, I got rights. You're going to give me what you're going to give me. If not, I'm going to be a troll. Because I feel like a lot of these kids are trolls. What that student did, that was a troll behavior. So obviously, as a grown adult, if you backing me up in the corner, I will have to defend myself, even if I'm doing everything and hearing that my coworkers are getting knocked out to the point that even when the teacher is knocked out, they're kicking the teacher in the head. No, I have to go home to my kids. Like, look at the teacher's face. Look at her hair. That's ridiculous. And then going back to my daughter, I asked her, like, why do you act like that and behave like that? And she even said, I'm addicted to TikTok. I'm addicted to the internet. And her saying that, she really is. These children act like junkies when it comes to the media. And they one of those type, these children are very gullible. They believe everything that says in the internet, everything that goes on. They don't even take us as an older generation our word for it. Because I remember as us being younger, you know, we was a hot mess. You know, not in this extent how these kids are, but we was a hot mess, and we learned that when the older generation used to speak to us, even if we played off like, I don't want to listen to what you're saying, we still kept that in the back of our head. If we didn't, one of our friends did, to the point that they will bring it up and be like, remember when Miss So-and-so told us not to do that? What are you doing? And it's like, oh, you're right. I'm not going to do that. These children, they don't care. They're on some, I don't hear you, or even if I do hear you, I don't care what you say. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to live my life. And it's like, live what life if you even start yet?
Right. And especially like when you got them
even some of the behaviors that my daughter have.
When you got them hormones going through you, when you're
oh yes, especially the hormones.
Yes, you have a certain level of boldness that you don't know how to control yet. Like the first time I said some outlandish stuff when I was going through puberty or whatever, it was like I was outside of myself. And it wasn't out of pocket. It wasn't calling nobody out of name, but it was like, so what? And my mother was like, what did you just say? And I'm 13, like I'm 14. I'm going through, it's like, so what? So sometimes when they get bold, and just like Kiva's the last color I'm gonna bring up, you know, teachers getting punked in front of their students, it is what creates this crowd mentality. Well, the rest of the kids are gonna do it. The teachers that were pushovers, whether they were substitutes or actual teachers, once you realize you can punk a teacher out of respect, and you don't have to respect them, and you see what made them crack, all the rest of the students are going to do that too. So
I definitely agree with that.
Just being in front of other students allows other students to run the class, and that's when you have teachers up there with their faces turning red. I deserve to speak. You guys give me respect, because they already know what buttons are being pressed, instead of the teacher being like, listen, I'm not going for this. Whether it's they walk out one time and go get the principal, and that student gets suspended for a week or two, and the rest of the students are like, oh, you know, or whatever the case is. But you can't be walking out your class every day or every period over no damn phone. Like, if you hitting a teacher because a teacher took your phone, what? You not hitting your peoples? Because every now and like I was 90s baby, but I had a phone, and when I got punished, it got taken. Did I ever hit my parents? Did I ever hit my the phone is a classic.
I'm sure not.
The phone is a classic punishment for when you're not aware of your surroundings. You're prioritizing that over what you're supposed to be paying attention to. So a phone being confiscated isn't something that's exclusive to school. So a student should know how to keep their cool and use it as well. You know what? I got my phone taken in this period. I don't want that to happen no more. So I'm gonna either sneak a little bit better, actually use the bathroom and use it, or I'm just not gonna do this no more. I got my phone taken. Let me swing on the teacher, and the teacher better take it. Otherwise, they wrong because I'm a kid. Like, that's bizarre to me. Okay, well, a kid doesn't
it's trolling.
Yeah, it's
because they feel like with some things with some kids that I feel like they be like even on YouTube sometimes when you know in the comments you know it's a child, when they turn around they say something very rude and disrespectful, and it's like, oh, you want to be grown, so now I'm gonna talk to you like you're grown. Now all hands is off when it comes to your age. You want to act grown, so now I'm gonna step to you like a grown woman. And as soon as you do that, it's That's how you feel. This is a child. Like, look how you're acting. You're talking to a child like this. Oh, now you want to be a child. You got to pick a side. Either you want to be grown and get the backlash of being grown, or you want to be a child and I'm gonna treat you like a child and put you in a child's place.
Right. Exactly.
So I don't understand that. And
I'm supposed to let a child hit me because they're not 18 yet. Well, and their mind isn't developed. Well, that makes me feel like, okay, when people get to be 85, they're pretty senile too. They're losing, they're senile, all this other stuff. Am I supposed to have empathy because their mind isn't all the way there and they hit me? Listen, if you're over 5 or over 6, now if a 5-year-old hit me, I'm obviously not going to knock them out, but I'm going to give them a little tap to let them know, hey, we can, but like I was saying, like I bit my great-great-grandmother when I was 2. And she bit me back and I cried, but I bet you I never bit her again. And obviously it wasn't a bite to take a chunk out of me, but she had to let me know, hey, don't do that. I'm not a biting bag. Like, so no,
right.
I should, if I go out here and a 17-year-old decide they want to bang me in my face, or a 16-year-old, I'm supposed to, that's a child. No, same thing with an 85-year-old does. See now, and out here swinging punches. Well, I'm about to have to knock some sense back into you, Granny, because I don't have no sympathy because you don't have all of your right mind yet, or you lost it, or whatever the case is. I ain't got no time for that. No.
I feel like the dangerous thing is, especially like seeing how the teacher is, like her, like I could ruin her life. Like, I'm not to, you know, put my business out there, whatever, but I even got a CPS charge disciplining my child because she wanted to be disrespectful in school and the after school that I actually used to pay for. And it was like, they know, like the program with that after school that she went to, they know, like, okay, you are a mother, that you're very involved, and we already know, like, you on top of your daughter when it comes to some nonsense about her behavior and all of this. So when it comes to the point that you messing up at home with your attitude, she don't give me attitude, but she want to make sure, she want to give her grandmother attitude. She want to go to school and want to have attitudes, and then she want to go to after school and have attitudes and want to be a bully. So from that point on, it's like, oh, so now before the police touch you and probably kill you, or before you get jumped and somebody kill you, I'm gonna give you a good ass whooping. I'm not gonna give you to, you know, I'm not gonna abuse you, but I'm gonna give you the old-fashioned ass whooping. And from that point, I got an ACS case because of that. So also what I tell some people, because you have a lot of people that want to blame parents and be like, oh, parents don't have no control on their kids. Sometimes the way how the society and the government is making it seem is like, it's not that you're scared of your child, you're scared that your life is going to be taken away, because they try to hit me with 10 felonies and 3 misdemeanors.
Oh my.
And I'm so glad that I end up getting a violation. And it comes to the point, these kids really do have a one-up. They really know their rights. They know what they're doing. They exercise it to the point, it's like, you ain't gonna hit me. And if you hit me, I'm putting this on the video, like,
they're gonna play a sympathy card, they're gonna cry real hard. Yeah, they know. They know. They want to play both sides of the card, but that is that's crazy. Honestly, I feel like all of the classic ways that a lot of us Black people from the 90s or late 80s were brought up, had we called the police and the police knew that our parents was beating our asses the way, because I didn't have my ass beat, it's definitely child abuse. And if I had the balls to call CPS or 911 or whoever to tell them what my mother was doing, she would have some cases too. But I can say I don't feel like I deserved all the beatings, but some of them, I'm glad she beat some sense into me before I went out in the streets and got shot up or caught the consequences of the law or the government or whatever the case is. But when you talk about being beat with extension cords and this and all the old stuff from, you know, back in the day, the way Michael Jackson was beat with the twigs from the trees, and as soon as you get out the bathtub and you soaking wet and they get you.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely abuse. But a lot of us, either we didn't know, we didn't know our rights back in the day. We was getting fucked up like that. And then it's just like, we had the fear of, dang, do we really want to see our parents in jail? We gonna be in foster care? What's that like? It was all these different thoughts that was coming to mind when I was growing out of getting, you know, beatings or hit by my mother. I was like, dang, am I gonna be in foster care and have to share my stuff? They're gonna be, because I went to school with some foster kids and they were just telling me how just so terrible it was. So I was like, dang, I would rather have all my
It is
stuff.
terrible.
Yeah. It's
So well, I basically end up my family end up having like a CPS charge because when I was younger, because of me wringing my neck and thinking I was cute, and then my father was so pissed off that he punched me and gave me a black eye, and it was to the point that like it was to the point that when I actually tried to hide it in school, and that was the day that I had a test, and it was so funny that the English teacher, she ain't like me, but that day she was real like, you gotta take your braids from off your face. I'm like, when I gotta take off my braids on my face for me to see a test? Stop playing with me. But she already saw. And even with all of that, it was not like how it is now when it's like, oh my God, child, are you okay? What's going on? Because when they came to me about with me and my daughter, they never asked me any questions and asked me what happened. They separated us in a room, asked her what happened, don't care if she lied or whatever, and then they put the handcuffs on me and said, oh, you're getting charged. Years ago, they made it seem like I was the problem child and it was an issue. What did I do to get punched? So even in the system now, they change it up now to the point that even back then, if you did get a CPS case and, you know, they come into you and ask you what's going on, if you have parents that sit there and say, she's not listening and her attitude, the first thing they look at you and be like, so you see, you come in here and you got the attitude. And especially if you're a girl, they look at it like you're a headache. So yeah, we already know y'all girls are with your attitude. So, you know, probably you need to listen more. You need to do more. And it's like, okay, I'm going to just leave and get out this picture. It's totally different. And that's me being in that in both sides.
Wow.
Jane, I put that face.
Let's go to the bush, baby, because
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I had it. I mean, I had my. Everybody got different.
No, you. That's why when you were saying how you was a runaway and stuff, I totally understand. I actually end up being in a foster home, not because of me running away, but because I was in juvie. I was running wild, doing whatever I wanted to do, but I still had some type of respect to know that when an elder is around, I know to have some respect because I'm in the street. I'm acting buck wild. And I end up meeting kids in the foster home. And it's really bad. You really have kids out there that have to sleep with staff to get food, or like fight each other, or it's just free for ball. Because it was almost like a college high school, like a college lounge. So when you walk through the campus, you see like condoms and who's acting buck wild. And it's like, I keep telling my daughter, you keep playing, they gonna take you. You don't want to go because you soft. You acting like you hard, but you soft. So if they take you, it's a whole different ball game over there. It's not, you're all by yourself.
Wow. I guess I didn't have it as bad as I thought. I mean, it was still bad. I ran away several times, and I would have rather slept on the park bench than her house when I was 15. But you got something totally different. Wow. Child, you got me speechless. Oh man. Wow. Well, your input was definitely eye-opening and jaw-dropping for sure.
It's the real, it's the raw.
For sure. Thank you. Woo child. Thank you so much for calling in and letting us know what some other people's experiences may be. Ooh.
And I don't mean to scar anyone or make anyone, because sometimes I feel like hearing other people's stories, because I'm an empath. Hearing people's stuff do affect me, so I don't want to affect anyone else because I lived through it. It was hard, but I became a better person. So I'm not out here killing people and blaming people for my problems. It's more of in getting better and learning myself and, taking, as I was always told, you always prove people wrong. When people think negative of what you do, you prove them wrong to shut them up.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
So yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot hearing other people's experiences.
No problem, Jane.
Alrighty, I'll talk to you next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Somebody in Discord said, I'm laughing at you beating up an 85-year-old. I mean, I wouldn't say I would beat him up, but if you raise your pimp hand to me at your old crippled age from your walker or whatever, like, don't think I'm not about to snatch that walker from you and let you fall on your face, because no, then they go around here thinking they can hit everybody because they old. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. They not in their right mind. Well, guess what? Neither am I when you hit me. You think about somebody being attacked and hit. They not in their right mind. I tell y'all that story all the time about me in that dentist office when that old lady decided to hit me in the face with her empty pocketbook. And it was a fact. It didn't hurt. That pocketbook didn't have nothing in there but lint and her identification card. It was lightweight as hell. She did it once. Honestly, I thought it was funny the first time because I thought it was cute because she swung around, gained some momentum. She swung around. I'm like, what the hell is she doing? She swung around, that pocketbook went up, hit me in the face, boom. I'm like, lady, you really just, and I'm smiling like, I'm like, lady, you just hit me with her purse. She did it again. Man, I took that pen bucket and threw it. Try it again. Try it again. Because now it's just the point. That shit don't hurt, but you going to stop hitting me with that purse. Ain't nothing I can do. You want your tooth pulled. You paid in cash yesterday. Is somebody in the chair right now? Now you done assaulted me low key, and the doctor done heard it, and they have refused you service, and we cannot give you a refund today because we don't keep cash in this motherfucker. Granny, go on here about your business. I'm gonna call the police and have them press charges. Guess what? It's a whole lobby full of 13 people out here that saw you hit me twice first, and really, I didn't even hit you with my hand. I hit you with a pen bucket, and you hit me with your pocketbook twice. You old enough to dish that shit? You old enough to take that shit. I ain't go around there and wring her neck, slam her up against the wall and none of that other shit. No, but she needed a little tap, tap, tap to let her know that I just because I'm old and I got gray hair and I'm cute, I find most old people to be cute as hell. I don't care how crippled they are. They cute. They cute. But if you think you just going to be hitting on people because you cute, oh, hell no, Granny. You got another thing coming. She sure did call the police, waited till they got here, and we all gave our statement. Guess who went to jail? No fucking body, because she decided that it wasn't worth it because she was going to get charges and not me. Okay. I don't got time. I don't give a shit how old you is. Okay. Period. All right. Now I had to get that off my chest. All right. You gonna give me my money back. I don't got no money to give you. Shit. Okay. Stop playing with me. Kiva, what's going on? What are your thoughts about this, child?
Hey, Jane, I'm excited to be up here. Finally, it's my first time.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got echo.
Wait a minute. Maybe that's me. Hold on.
Let me figure it out. Could be me, child. I got this new setup.
I'm not on the YouTube browser.
Let me see. Jane Classic forever. Yes, with that pocketbook. All right, let me try and put my headphone. See if that might eliminate. Let me see. Man, this new setup, child. All right. Ooh. Let's see if that SG. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Period. In there.
Okay. I don't hear an echo. I think we good.
Okay.
Okay. So, first of all, that last caller, I want to say thank you to her for being transparent. That was a lot. And she told a lot, right? And I've never experienced that, but I will say I have a friend who went through something like that. Her daughter at 14, she told her she couldn't leave out. And the little girl was going to leave out. And her mother said, I'm going to tell you don't touch the door. You're not walking out of it. That 14-year-old not only opened the door, but proceeded to walk out of it. The mother grabbed her shoulder and proceeded to snatch her back in the house. The girl swung on her mother. The mother drug her from one end of the house to the next. Now, when your child swings on you, it's a thin line between, do I let her swing on me and whoop on me, or do I whoop on her back? You whoop on her back, now you're an abuser. Police is coming. You don't whoop on her, she know, oh, my mama punk, she's scared of me, right? It's a very thin line on discipline. There is over discipline, extension cords and things like that. I get it. Old fashioned spanking, we don't even know what that looks like, right? Snatching your child up, people take it some way, but my mother didn't instill fear where I didn't respect her, but I just knew I didn't raise my hands to my mother. Some children in this different generation will buck up to you and they literally don't care, because I've heard children say, you gonna respect me like I'm gonna respect you, but I'm the parent. I've gave you rules. You can't go to this party. How dare you continue to walk out the door? So where's the line? So all we do is we judge people, and like I didn't judge the lady who told her story, but I understood where a lot of us coming from. It was like, oh man, you got in a lot of trouble. And it was like, we don't even know exactly what led into that, right? But I gave that example of my friend. She had charges put on her because her daughter was lumped up. Because her daughter was swinging back and fighting. Her daughter was giving her mama the business, baby. But her mama threw that 280 on her, and she settled down. I said, oh, this is a mess. And she completely said, that's the charge I got. But that little girl never did that again. So moving forward from that, again, I just brought that up because I understood where she may have been coming from, considering she didn't go into details as to why. As far as the teacher, here's my thing with the teacher and these phones, okay? At least I like that you showed the rules, right? So it told them about the phone policy. When you put your kid in any school, my daughter is 13, and when I enrolled her in that school, they gave us this booklet and they implored us to read it. They said, if your child brings their phone out during class for any reason, they lose it for the day. They said, we'll let them keep their phone. We understand shooters is out here, things is happening. It's in the world, unfortunately, your kid need to have a phone. They said, but they cannot pull it out at all. Not for no reason. It better sit in their book bag or their purse. If they pull it out, it's going to go to the teacher to the end of the day. They won't keep it, but you lose it all day, which means you can't get to it at lunch. You can't sneak on it in the bathroom. So I understood that when I enrolled her and signed off on that little booklet they gave that they had her sign, she was well aware. You are not going to touch that phone. I can't be mad if she pulled it out and the teacher said, give me the phone. And she takes my phone and the phone is with there. It's the end of the day. You get it at the end of the day. And then when I come pick it up, guess what? You won't have it for the week, okay? So the teachers have no backup from us. And that's a problem. When teachers are trying to discipline children, because you have a parent at home, don't let that teacher talk crazy to you. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what we about. Who you yelling? Who you raising your voice at? Since when a teacher can't say respectfully with a good little tone, I've said, quiet down. You're too loud. Quiet, class. Why is that a problem? Who's she yelling at? Who's she disrespecting? These children feel they're being disrespected when the teacher is trying to gain control. Now, you got this teacher who took the phone, okay? I understand she gave the other students their phone back, but you're not going to cuss me out, bitch. Ooh, sorry. B, give me my phone or whatever, and I give it to you. Nope, since you're talking smack, I'm going to keep your phone. You'll get it at the end of the day. Then you swing on me. How many cheeks do I turn like Jesus did? Jesus turned the two he had, and bless his soul. I'm not Jesus. It's the swing motion for me. I gotta take you down, but it's not appropriate, and I understand. We are looking at students fight their teachers regularly. These are not rare circumstances. Every time you cut on the TV, it's what about the teacher that got her leg broke? What about the video of the student where the teacher ran out of the class to get help? Did that young man run out behind her and jump on her and stomp on her and knocked her out? She retreated. I understand teachers and parents were held to a different standard. But I fully support a teacher laying any kid all the way out if they buck up and swing on you, because they are not punching bags. You will have a class of 30 students that will jump a teacher because today we just don't feel like working. F your math lesson. And I'm on my phone. How do you control a class when you allow them to treat you any kind of way, and then you don't have a principal, you don't have a PTO, nobody's trying to have your back? So I get that about these students have to be, handled with love. Yeah, I'm gonna handle you with love, but allow me to discipline your child, because that's another thing. And I know y'all like, keep a hurry up, you talking too much. Teachers wear all the hats. Let's not act like the teachers don't be the doctor. We send our kids. I'm looking at children come to class with dirty noses, but the parents in the car with a wet wipe, knowing their child got COVID, knowing their child got the flu, but they don't want to take off work. And maybe they honestly don't have time off, but maybe they are off. But I don't want to be bothered, honey. They wipe your kid face up real good, blow their nose, send them into class with COVID. What about, so now you got the doctor, you got the teacher that's dealing with the student that's depressed, and she trying to be the counselor because the counselor was absent that day. These teachers wear many roles, and they are not afforded the ability to be teachers and human. We want them to have this cloak on them of, if a child swing on you, you just take it, take the blows, put your arms over your head and cower in the corner so they can throw a desk at you. When she had the young lady pinned down, bless her cheeks, she should have had on some boy shorts, but I understood. The teachers pinned the young lady down. What did the students do? They really didn't run and go get help right away, because you got to record it. You got to get footage. That's the world we're in, unfortunately, but it worked in her favor. Even though she got charges, I get it, the young lady got charges. Very rarely have I seen the students come off with charges. It's always the teacher being charged. So I don't subscribe to the teachers have to put their hands behind their back, cower in a corner. If you get in the teacher's personal space, as a parent, I'm going to talk to my child. Don't you ever walk up on a teacher. If the teacher does anything to make you upset verbally, she can make you upset. Now, of course, I'm not going to have no white teacher call my child the N-word if it's some outlandish, but you still can't hit the teacher. You need to report that, right? But these teachers do not have support. And on top of that, and I'm gonna leave. I know, Kiva, shut up. As parents, it's disheartening to see a teacher detailing that your student has had this type of behavior. Here's how I tried to provide corrective action, and you have the parent cuss the teacher out. And now the teacher is like, well, how do I fix it? If you don't have my back, I'm showing you they've been tardy the first hour 14 times. They didn't make it to first hour. They're bullying another student. They're not doing their homework, and they cussed me out and told me to shut the F up. If the parent does not say, you know what, you're right, I'm going to work on my student. If the school don't follow their own rules, if you say no cell phones, enforce it. You do not get to have your phone out. And I get it. I saw all the comments about we're in a cell phone world. And lastly, my daughter is, when she was 9, she got off the bus. Y'all, they left my baby at the bus stop and drove away at the wrong bus stop. My baby was out there for 30 minutes crying because she was in the wrong neighborhood. She didn't have a cell phone because I didn't think my 9-year-old needed one. When I tell you, when they called me and told me your daughter got left, but we on our way back to get her, I never drove so fast. Y'all, that gets me a little emotional because 30 minutes, that was a long time. My baby didn't have a way to even say, Mom, I'm here. Anybody could have picked my daughter up. So when I got her that phone at 9, I felt ashamed in a way, because what 9-year-old needs a phone? My daughter ain't never been without a phone. Ever been without a phone, because she will never be left, and she can't reach out to me. But I have put into my daughter's head, when you at school, is business. That phone is on vibrate. Even I don't call it. And I told her, you won't catch me calling. I'm going to call the office. But my daughter not going to be without her phone. But I have instilled in her, you at school on business. And you do not bring your phone out. So when it comes down to why do these kids have a phone, things happen. But I stand with these teachers who are fighting back, not literally, but they're taking a stand against children who show them zero respect. You're going to have an uprising in these classes, and these teachers are going to get jumped. And I get it, they shouldn't, but your child shouldn't either. Place accountability on these children. They show these adults zero respect. They will cuss you out, and they will walk up on you, and they will get in your space, and they will punk you. So that's it for me. Thanks for having me up here. I love your show. I love you, Jane. You are awesome. So thank you for having me, okay?
Thank you for calling. Oh, shoot me with you. Thank you so much for calling in. I do appreciate. I love when you call in and contribute. I think somebody had dropped your link in the chat for people to subscribe. Whatever moderator that was that dropped
Thank you guys so much.
Her link to her channel. If you could just drop it again so people can go subscribe. Kiva does have an amazing channel. Subscribe, great commentary, great news, and a really great perspective. Okay. So make sure y'all subscribe. And Kiva, I hope you have a good night. We will see you in the Discord. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So that's that. So my thing about this is this. How much are these teachers supposed to take? Because I don't know if you all remember, it was this TikTok challenge, and it was literally called the Slap a Teacher Challenge. And it was this older Black woman, and the kids in the high school were taking turns slapping the teachers. And the one that was recorded, it was this older woman, old enough to be any of our grandmothers. She looked like she was about 68 years old. And they slapped her, and she walked out and was like, why did you do that? Why did you slap me? Right? And everybody just felt like, you know what? That teacher didn't deserve that. And I feel like with this being a young woman, I feel like her attire didn't help. I feel like people have no empathy for this teacher because of her outfit and because of her age and because of her response. But if she was older, and if she had took that blow from that student, who's to say that student wouldn't have kept going? How many hits are you supposed to take before you can hit back? At what point are they going to put that in the manual? Let the student hit you 5 times first, and then you can restrain them, right? Do I feel like her skirt was a little bit too short? A little bit, but that doesn't have anything to do with her response, right? And I feel like if she was elder and she had took that hit, and we would have got that same footage, older woman, teacher hitting a student, maybe not once, maybe 2, 3, 4 times, and then said, okay, here's your phone. People would have been like, that teacher didn't deserve that. But because she's young, she's sassy and opinionated, we've seen her response. People are like, oh man, that was wrong. Because she had some of the same energy, right? She had responsive energy to that child. She had some of that same energy. Like TikTok literally had a slap teacher challenge. These students were making sure that their friends were filming while they slapped teachers because they thought it was funny. Elderly Black lady, 60-something years old. And she got slapped. She had a whole French roll in the back of her head. That's how old from back in the day she was. So had the teacher not hit back and been elder, why do you have to be older and just take a hit without hitting back in order to get some empathy and some sympathy for being whooped on or having a blow to you when you didn't even touch that student first, when you're trying to enforce some respect, just like Kiva was saying. These teachers have no backup, whether it's backup from the on-campus officers, the principals, the parents at home, because you can suspend a child all you want to. That don't mean that when they go home, their parents are actually enforcing and letting them know this is wrong and I'm not going to tolerate that. Some of these kids get suspended and detention or whatever, and they go home and their parents don't care. And they come back home with the same behavior, and it never changes. It never changes. So, I mean, I don't know what it's going to take. And it really sucks that these, okay, let me show y'all this. Because I mean, I saw a couple people in the chat saying that this is a rare occurrence. No, it's not. These students don't have the regard or the respect for authority the way that we did when we were coming up, the way that the older generations have. Okay. Some students face charges for the slap teacher challenge. Now schools are issuing warnings. And this wasn't even that long ago. This was 2021. So I'm not sure if the exact clip of the elder Black woman, pretty sure maybe they don't want to show it anymore, but it broke my heart to see that that older Black lady just, and she took it on the chin, but people had empathy because she didn't hit back. But when you hit back, all of a sudden people don't feel sorry for you anymore. They don't have empathy for you anymore. You know, and I don't feel like it's their job to beat respect. It's not about beating respect. If I go out here and somebody hits me, whether I'm a teacher or not, it's not about me beating respect into you. It's about me defending myself. And it's about me not being able to slow down my reflexes. Like, you know, it's about reflexes, and it's about personal space and respect. I'm not beating respect into you. I'm letting you know that I'm not a punching bag, period. I'm letting you know I'm not going for it, and I'm not Jesus, and I'm not going to turn the other cheek and take open palm slaps and punches and beatings and bruises because I teach math and you don't have what it takes to focus, or you don't, respect isn't in you. Like, it's not my job to be a punching bag because you don't understand what respect is. So no, I don't think that teachers should be quote unquote beating respect into children. No. But to sit there and be a punching bag either, absolutely not. At this point, let the AI teach the students. Artificial intelligence teach the students. Let a teacher's voice come over top of the what do you call it, of the robot, right? Let the robot go around the class, hand out whatever, because clearly, you know, the lines are getting so blurred and teachers feel like they can hit students with no repercussions and with no hitbacks. And I don't think that that's fair to the teachers. I'm so glad that there's nobody in my family. Actually, there's one person in my family who's a teacher, but most of it is online and they teach kindergarten. But as you know, even when you are teaching a class as young as kindergarten, you can still get shot if there's no respect going on in the house, which leads me to my next story. Okay. It leads me to the next story. Do we all remember? Actually, let me bring it up here. Do we all remember this story right here? And shout out to Ramsey for joining the membership. I appreciate it. And thank you so much to my CC for the $20 cash app. It said LOL at Fighting the Silver Foxes. Thank you. I had to stand up for myself. Granny was doing too much. And she, you know, Granny was doing too much. So do we remember this story here? Let me zoom in on it. 6-year-old shoots his teacher. So it's like, how much are these teachers supposed to take? And again, to go back to Kiva's point, these teachers don't have support. And when we say support, it's not always what's happening at home. This was a problematic child. This was a child in the first grade. The first grade. And he was so problematic, so many behavioral issues. I mean, he was taking his belt off, beating on the students. The day before he came to school and shot this teacher, he had taken the teacher's phone and shattered it and broke it. What else was he doing? He had choked a teacher until the teacher couldn't breathe. They went to the administration and the principal multiple times. What happened? Right? There was one time this student here, he actually, he barricaded the whole classroom, including the teacher, into the classroom. barricaded the teacher and the students into the classroom to the point where the teacher had to bang on the door until they got the attention of a classroom across the hall to let them out. This is a 6-year-old child. All of these behavioral issues. And mind you, the day before he came to school with a gun and shot this teacher was the day, well, 2 days before he shot this teacher was when he had shattered her phone. Okay. So when we say these teachers don't have backup, this is what we're talking about. So what they did was they put some plan in place where the parents of this student had to come to school every day with this kid and sit in school with them all day in order for him to attend. And when they called that off, it was the week before he came to school and shot this teacher. She took a bullet through her hand and her chest. Now, what student, you know, if you remember, when I first covered this story, a lot of people were like, why are you using a picture of a Black child? And you're pushing the wrong narrative. And trust me, when I tell you I have well-placed sources all over the place, I do. And I mean that. And so since then, the parent of this child has turned herself in. And we've seen her mugshot. And what do you know? What do you know? She's Black. She's Black, because I was right when I showed this picture. Now, mind you, it's a blurred out picture of a child. Okay. But this child should have been expelled and ordered and mandated to either homeschooling or some sort of, what do they call those schools? Those really behavioral correctional schools. Okay. He should have been ordered there. He should have never been allowed to stay around and endanger the students or the teachers. Imagine had he actually hurt one of these young babies, one of these, his peers. Imagine that, right? They may not have survived, but this teacher did. And now she has a $40 million lawsuit. Okay. So mom of 6-year-old who shot teacher turns herself in. Okay. Now she faces charges of felony child neglect and a misdemeanor count of recklessly leaving a loaded firearm to endanger a child. Now he only discharged 1 bullet, but the fact that he was able to not only locate a loaded weapon in his home, sneak and bring it to school, he showed it to a student or two on the playground. The student became emotional about it and went to another teacher, told him about it. They told other admin. Admin decided to check his person, check his backpack, check his locker. They couldn't find it. So they went on with their school day instead of appropriately calling the police and letting the police be the one to actually clear the building. And he was able to shoot, aim, and fire that single shot to injure that teacher because he was upset. He shattered her phone the day before. He was suspended the next day. And on January 6th of this year, he came to school and shot that teacher because he was upset that I guess he got suspended after he shattered her phone. Now make it make sense. I do think that this mom should be held accountable. But I also think the school has a duty as well with the well-documented plethora of behavioral issues that were told to that school, and that school decided to do nothing, which leaves the students, the staff, and administration in danger. In danger. The weapon was registered to his mother. So what are these schools going to do when it really comes down to how out of control these students are, whether they're 6, 16, 17, whatever? What are they really going to do? And what options do they have when they're backed into a corner with a weapon such as a gun, a bat, a fist, aggression, a temper tantrum, a show that they're trying to record to go viral for their friends or the internet? What are they honestly left to do? What are they left to do? These are questions that truly need answers. They should have called the police. They should have been called the police on this little boy. And come to find out, this little boy will not face charges because he's apparently too young to establish criminal intent. So instead, the blame is placed on the parent.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police! Help!
They should have called the police the moment they heard there was a gun, a firearm in the building. Teachers are not equipped to adequately search and declare that the building is clear. They should have had an emergency evacuation and been outside. And that's why as soon as this happened, the closest police department said, listen, we never got a call or a report of any sort of weapon being in any school and not this one. They made sure they cleared their name. Otherwise, the police station would have been at fault. Because why didn't you dispatch somebody to make sure that the school didn't really have a firearm? That's no different than a bomb threat. You take that serious. They took everything as a joke at this school, and therefore it left this teacher injured. And honestly, whether she get the 40 million, 20 million, 10 million, whatever, I hope she gets something because she deserves it. And I hope she never teaches again, at least not in person. Because I couldn't imagine. That would scar me for life. Do you hear what I'm saying? Seriously. Seriously. Just a whole hot mess. Okay? So let the AI teach these kids. Since people don't want adults to be human when a child hits them. And some of these children, they ain't even built like kids. They ain't even built like kids. So what they supposed to do? A 6-year-old. I could never imagine. You would think you're safe teaching a 6-year-old in first grade, but apparently you're not. So what is he watching? What is his influence? So people want to say, oh, you can't necessarily blame it at home. There is no way that boy knew how to shoot, fire, and aim a gun, knew where it was. Clearly his influences at home are all the way off. And that's that when it comes to these kids. It's a lot. And it gets so nuanced, and people feel like you don't have the right to have some sort of you don't have the right to have a physical response. When people hit you, you don't have time to think. Right? People think that you don't have the right to have a response. So I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. Okay. Now, one last thing about these kids, y'all. We done got so caught up on these kids and these churn. They said they can't whoop on Siri. I know that's right. Can't whoop on Siri. Thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. So let me go ahead and get into Gervonta Davis, child. Tank last night with that fight. That was a hot mess. Hold on. There's one other thing I want to get into. When it comes to these kids being on the school bus, okay? These kids on the school bus. We need to talk about this. Make sure y'all hit thumbs up if you haven't already. Clearly, this is a day where we're prioritizing the children. Gervonta Davis is from Baltimore, Maryland. He was in that fight, the boxing whatever fight last night with forget the guy's first name, but his last name is Garcia, and he won. But his nickname is Tank, Gervonta Davis, and he won. And I want to talk about what he said when he won. After they won a fight and they hold the microphone up to him and they say something, he said something that was really, really funny to me. They said that Tank fight was a mess. I think it was round 7 he won because dude wouldn't get up no more. Yes, boss and CEO. Okay, I had to bring out boss and CEO because, all right, let's take a look at this news clip. What's happening here is this video shows a school bus driver allegedly intentionally slamming brakes to teach kids a lesson. The driver is now being charged with child abuse. Look, I want to know how y'all feel about this. Okay, let's get into it.
This morning, a Colorado school bus driver under fire, facing 30 counts of child abuse, accused of intentionally stopping his school bus short, according to the school and court records, to teach the elementary school kids on his bus a lesson about staying in their seats.
You guys want to see how dangerous that is? Do you get that? That's why you need to be in your seat. Turn around and sit down properly. If you guys can't do that, you will get written up. Do you get that?
The 61-year-old driver, Brian Fitzgerald, who was going about 9 miles an hour, was fired. The kids shaken.
My son came tearing through the door that afternoon. He sprinted all the way home. He was out of breath and red-faced and absolutely sobbing and shaking. He was terrified.
The Douglas County School District releasing a statement saying the behavior and actions of this bus driver are completely unacceptable. Fitzgerald did not respond to ABC News, but in a letter he sent to the school that was obtained by KRDO, he apologized for his actions, saying, if I were able to redo what I did, I would rethink my decisions. He is due in court in May. Guys?
All right, Rhiannon and Allie, thank you.
Okay. You know, all right. Listen, this is we get ready to start letting loose. What time is it? 8:34. Baby, child abuse. Okay. I hate to say it. But these kids getting soft. Come on, man. 9 miles per hour. They wasn't sitting down. Okay. So, you know, my whole thing about it is I get it. It may seem harsh or unnecessary to some, but child abuse is a bit of a stretch. I mean, child abuse? Child abuse? Come on, man. Sometimes you need your head knocked up against the bus seat to help you understand. Whoa, let me get in my seat. Okay. And I see people in the chat saying that happened to me too. Listen, say what you want, right? I feel like I'm in the middle. Some of the stuff from the old school does not need to come into here. Some of the things that are a little brake pump to get you to pay attention. A little. I said, like, oh, all right, they mean business. Just a little brake pump. Now, look, if you think it's child abuse, put a 4 in the chat. It's okay. We're not going to agree, right? If you think it's child abuse, put a 4. Put a 5 if it's a hell goddamn no for you. Okay. Put a 4 if you think it's child abuse and put a 5 if it ain't. All right. Some damn child abuse. I said, what the child abuse? That's a bit of a stretch. I could see him getting suspended. Hell, I can even see him losing his job. But child abuse, yeah. I mean, like, damn. I mean, Miss Yams that had her whole booty out ain't even get charged with child abuse, and you mean a little brake pump? It was that they probably liked it. I do like a little wild ride in the car. I've always done that. They hit the little brakes. I'm like, whoa, and I start smiling. It was fun to me. It might be a little listen. Come on, man. Come on, brake pop. It's a bit of a stretch. Okay. Kids be doing too much. You got to wake them up. And when they do that little brake pump, you know, all right, let's get in the seat. Because otherwise, you had people down there really getting their blood pressure up. What if they were swerving out the way for an actual animal? And the kids went through. Shut up. These whataboutisms that's not going to save y'all. Shut up. It's not going to save y'all. Cakes didn't get charged. She didn't get charged with child abuse. I think it was simple assault. I think it was. But so did the student too. So, I mean, you talking about baby, the bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. Okay. 5, 6 y'all asses. Damn. Okay. It's just too much. They definitely hit the brakes to let us know something. And don't let nobody be fighting on that bus or about to fight. They hit them brakes in a heartbeat to break the fight up. It's necessary to get people's attention. Come on. There was lots of fights about to happen on that bus all the time. Them brakes did a lot of stopping it until they stepped off the bus. But don't no bus driver want to be dealing with no fight on a bus. Do that when you get off of here. Shoot. Shout out to Jimmy W. Thank you so much for joining the membership. It means so much to myself and everybody else here on the channel. But yeah, I mean, like, we are truly living in some really crazy times. So thank you for joining the membership. All right. Oh, Lord. I had to go get Boston CEO out for this. Now, we have several other topics to get into. The churn took up a lot of time opening the phone lines. And I do appreciate the people that called in. Okay. Now, let's go ahead. Again, I say free Mr. Clark. Okay. Some damn child abuse. A mess. All right, let's get into some of our other topics. Listen, if you haven't already taken a moment to hit thumbs up, baby, what are you really waiting for? Don't make me have to pull the bus over, all right, and get y'all together. Hit the thumbs up button. We have lots of other things that we need to discuss. And if you have any other topics that you would like to discuss, please make sure you put them in the chat. Okay, we're going to be right back. We need to pay this bill really quickly, and make sure you drop some pancakes down below in the chat. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We'll be right back.
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
So wait a minute, you ain't joined the channel yet so that you can access special perks over here with the plainest Jane?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Ooh, watch this. Hey, I'm the plainest Jane. I'm a cultural commentator and informant, and I provide sticky coverage on trending stories, black news, black culture, and everyday topics with a sticky, abstract perspective. So get familiar with the perks. I've carefully curated all of these things, and it's just a little exclusive glaze to amplify the way that you express yourself. So get comfortable, get used to our official emoji over here. That is the pancake stack, because it's always sticky in Hollywood and in real life, and especially when you spend the time over here with the plainest Jane. Like I said, I hope you enjoy the exclusive glaze that I've provided for you to amplify the way you express yourself, and I hope you enjoy the digital vibe. Hey, listen, I always want you to keep it sticky, but be sure to think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. But most importantly, I hope that you're feeling all right, and hopefully you've had some time to tackle some of your invisible problems. I know I got a couple of new subscribers, and I just want to say thank y'all. I really do appreciate you. And if you're not quite feeling all right, this channel right here, once you join, it's going to help you kick back and decompress always, but it'll also keep you in the know with what's happening with the best black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. So again, get comfortable. The first drink is on me, all right? Act like you got some sense, and I'll see you around. But don't forget to keep it sticky 24/7 by following me on Instagram, but hit that notification bell so that you always know when I upload and you get your dose of syrup first. Now, with all that stickiness being said, the most important thing I want you to remember about this neck of the woods and the plainest Jane is Black Lives Matter. And if you don't agree,
Buy pumpkin, buy pumpkin. That would take you out. I don't play that shit.
Now you gotta go for real.
It's just that simple. Hey, look, whether you join or not, I do want you to stay beautiful, black, and blessed. And just know I appreciate your support. I'm your girl, the plainest Jane. And let's see what's happening in these virtual streets. You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now.
Y'all, I went looking for the damn cat. He ain't nowhere to be found. The cat ain't nowhere to be found. Or does he want to be found is the question. Okay. Somebody said I'm getting hungry now. You know what? I am too. I wonder what is for Den Den. Okay. Moving on. Let's go ahead and get into let's get into Jonathan Majors. Like where are we at with Jonathan Majors and the situation? So apparently more quote unquote victims are coming out. Some people feel like it's a pile-on. Some people feel like, oh, y'all trying to tear the black man down. Y'all trying to tear the black man down. Y'all are trying to make him look bad, so on and so forth. And really, his story has been a little all over the place, in my opinion. Let's take a look at these 4 different headlines that I've so kindly put together for you. So kindly. Okay. So we zoom in here, right? So 3 weeks ago, his lawyer provides text from an alleged victim admitting fault, right? And really, she wasn't admitting fault. The only thing she said is she tried to snatch his phone or take his phone or whatever, right? And then we saw that there was a recant, right? Remember that they said, oh, here's some text messages, and she has recanted her story, right? But my issue with her, quote unquote, recanting the story is, why hasn't she done so independent of them? It's easy for his attorneys to sit up and say, my client is innocent and what she said wasn't true. As a matter of fact, she took it back. She recanted said story, right? But that is an attorney's job. Like, let's not get it twisted. People be taking people's attorney's word like it's gold or like it's bond. Hello, they are being paid to defend, right? So if she's really taking her story back, woman of no color, right? Envelope colored woman, the whites, as we call them. Why hasn't she come out and did her teary-eyed interview and said, I didn't mean this? I want to hear from her and not hear about what she allegedly said in a written statement that went through his attorneys, right? Let's get an independent interview from her, whether it be a written interview, a sit-down interview, so that we're able to read her body language, her sincerity, because honestly, the text messages were giving battered woman syndrome. They absolutely were. We went through those text messages. She's like, I'm so sorry. I hope that you don't get blah, blah, blah. Right? Then he's dropped by his management team. And he was dropped by somebody else too. Who was it? I think it was his PR, his management team and PR, something like that. Not a good look, right? But mind you, when they dropped the text messages and everything else, what they said was, we have video footage that this didn't happen. They were in a ride share, taxi, Uber, whatever it was. We have footages, they said, that prove that this did not happen. And in fact, he called 911 because she was having an emergency crisis. So they said that they had footage from the taxi or whatever the case was. And they said they had statements from the driver of the ride share and surrounding witnesses. Okay. We never got that footage. Not that they have to prove anything to the court of public opinion, but at this point, the court of public opinion means a lot. And if he's as innocent as he says he is, he would have released that footage. How do we know, right? People like, they don't owe you anything. That's for the courts. Let me tell you something. As a black man being accused of violence against any woman, let alone a white woman, if there was something that proved you innocent, you would release it. Period. Point blank. How do we know? Right? Now, apparently, he is releasing images from the bar that she was at. Like, oh, so you can release these images. Oh, she was at the bar using that same right arm that I hurt her in. And this is how we know that that she's not really hurt, that she's lying. So what do we want to see screenshots? What do we want to see screenshots of her in a bar afterwards? Adrenaline could have been running. Who knows, right? I mean, who knows, right? So if it wasn't about releasing evidence or saving all of the evidence for the courtroom, why is he releasing this to the public? Because he feels like this exonerates him. The same way he released those text messages. He felt like those text messages exonerated him, and they simply do not. He is being dragged by the court of public opinion. Why would his management and his talent agency and management, why would they drop him if he could behind the scenes prove that, listen, I'm innocent and I've got proof, but the proof he said he had, he ain't provided it. Instead, he's pulled out grainy pictures of her allegedly at a club. Look at her at the club using that arm she said I hurt. I mean, but she also claims strangulation and the laceration around her neck as well. I mean, so these images, just like those text messages, they don't prove anything. I swear his counsel hates him. His counsel, his legal team is not like, they're not doing the things. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're rookies, if they're secretly against him and trying to sabotage him. But I tell you what they're not doing. They're not making him look any better. They're making it worse every time they come out with, let's release these text messages. Let's release this. It's not helping. It's not helping. What are your thoughts? I can't front his team is doing. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. It's not making any sense. Right. The date, the timestamp, they said they have hours of footage, but it's really not making any sense. It's really not. So I think that this brother is cooked. I truly believe that this brother is cooked. Okay. I don't think that there's any hope for him. I don't think that there's any coming back from this. They definitely did a decent job trying to force him down our throats. And it became pretty annoying, right? Because I'm like, where did he come from? Like, where did he even come from? Literally. But it's not looking for good. And then we had Tiffany Haddish coming out and trying to defend him in whatever which a way by, blaming the victim, of which we really haven't heard much of anything from her. Actually, we haven't heard anything from her. We have literally only heard from his legal team. And of course, their job is to make him innocent. It's a sticky situation. It's a nasty situation. And baby, it's not looking good for him. There was some guy, I think he's a commentator, and there was some allegations of him in a hotel, and a woman said that he had made a pass at her or done something inappropriate. Do you know how fast that black man released that footage from that hotel that proved him to be innocent? Because it is about the court of public opinion. As much as people don't like it, you are pleading to the court of public opinion. And some people are going to take back their support, and people are going to refuse to work with you until they know, if they know that you're not innocent, period. I mean, Michael Irvin, that was his name. So I do think that it's a wrap for him and his endorsements. Now this does tie into, I'm getting a headache. This does tie into Tiffany Haddish. Okay. We need to talk about her and her since deleted tweet. And now Tiffany Haddish has actually locked up her tweets because, baby, the heat just became too much. The heat became way too much. So let me show you this tweet. And if you're not following me on Twitter, baby, you're missing out. You are totally missing out on all of the things if you are not following me on Twitter. So as you can see, this tweet has been deleted from Tiffany Haddish. I tweeted this, when was this? On April the 20th, a few days ago. So I said, Tiffany Haddish is in no position to help Jonathan Majors or anyone else for that matter to do damage control. So you can see here, she says in the screenshot, Jonathan Majors' accuser appears unhurt, clubbing in video, right? But she deleted it. So Tiffany has been, I don't know if Tiffany is illiterate. I don't know if she can write, but I know she can't read a room. Tiffany Haddish does not know how to read a room. Do you hear what I'm saying? Okay. So outside of the disgusting things that Tiffany has been associated with, listen, we all remember that god awful. I mean, that video was so awful of Tiffany Haddish and Aries Spears and that child grooming skit. I mean, it was horrendous. It was horrendous. And she's still not beating the charges. She's still canceled. People still don't like her. They still don't mess with her. And then she comes out with this deleted tweet. And then stemming from the deleted tweet, baby, everybody, myself included, got to digging. Like, what's really going on? What's really going on? Why is she like, what's happening here? And so Tiffany Haddish liked a tweet from Andrew Tate. Now, most of us know who Andrew Tate is. Let me pull up the tweet. I'm not sure if she's unliked it, but she's privated her tweets. So we can't just go to her profile and see it anymore. But I do have the screenshot because I got it. Okay, so here we are. I have the tweet. Let's get it on the screen here. And thank y'all for being here with me this evening. So Tiffany Haddish, let's get into this tweet. Tiffany Haddish wants to free R. Kelly, because don't forget, she's an R. Kelly supporter as well, and she feels like he should be free. So Tiffany Haddish wants to free R. Kelly, and baby, I'm tired. She's also supporting and empathizing with a well-known sex trafficker, Andrew Tate. Can we just ban her already? If Girls Trip really thinks they need her in the upcoming film, child, exile them too. So let's get into this. She's liking tweets from Boosie that say, free R. Kelly. Because they take it as, well, if you got white pedophiles out, then you might as well let the black pedophiles out too, right? If you're letting white pedophiles get away with it, then let the black ones get away with it as well. Okay. And then the Andrew Tate tweet that she has liked is, so he's basically talking about his time being away from society and all of these other things. And she's liking it. She's empathizing with it, right? So I find that to be disgusting. Okay. There's also another tweet that I put out that went a little viral. This one did mild numbers. Nothing too crazy. But let me see, because it was some real information about. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's get into this. Tiffany Haddish is so uncouth, in my opinion. So this tweet came out and I responded to it. So there's a person in the industry said that he would tell Tiffany Haddish when brands were lowballing her based on deals that they did with other clients of his and how to go back to the table and get more. And she would go back to brands and say, he told me, Law Roach in particular said that y'all are lowballing me. Okay. And that would ruin him. He's trying to put her on and give her information about how to get more money. And that really hurt. That hindered his ability to move forward in the industry at that time because she didn't know how to move about it. And I'm like, do you see why some people gatekeep information? Like, she has no coof. None. And so I get it. His name is Law Roach, which is whatever. That's his own thing. But the point is, he was trying to help her maximize, right, her funding and her sponsorships and her deals and how much she was being paid. And she goes back, and instead of being strategic and saying, listen, I think I deserve more money because XYZ is such and such said y'all not paying me enough. And that hindered him at that time. And so people have an issue with when people are gatekeeping information and they want to talk about community and putting your people on and XYZ. But it's like, look, when you've got this is why some people gatekeep information, because you have no clue how people are going to use that information if you look with it. You have no clue. None. So it can be really annoying trying to help people out when they don't know the right way to go about utilizing the information that you're trying to give them. Okay? That can be annoying. So do you see why she's being dragged all over the place? Do y'all see? Yes, I did see what Marlon Wayans said about, Marlon Wayans. I did see what he said about her. And I tweeted that out as well. Let me pull up that tweet because I'll read the quote, but I won't play the clip because that clip, he actually said it on the Ellen DeGeneres show. So it's just so much of Tiffany Haddish and her mess going on. And listen, Tiffany Haddish is that type of person. She would have exposed the Underground Railroad, child. So it's no shocker that she's busy liking Andrew Tate's tweets. Not to mention Issa Rae, when she was on Hot Ones, she was talking about how on an episode of, I think it was Insecure, that she was basically like sexually harassing one of the guests, the people who were making the guest appearances, one of the talents, and she just wouldn't let up. So, you know, Tiffany Haddish has this long track record, not to mention, I don't know, I'm going to show y'all this in a second. Okay, so here's one. Here's the Marlon Wayans tweet that I did the other day. So that time Tiffany Haddish asked Marlon Wayans why he and his family never cast her in their comedies. And he says, you were always funny, but you were always on 10. And sometimes you just be inappropriate. So he said that to her. And so let me see with the last one. This one literally went crazy with almost 13,000 likes and 343 retweets. But the other one I wanted to show, which I'm not going to play because I'm not sure if it's copywritten or not, but she did a video making fun of Rihanna and Chris Brown, a skit, and it was called Rihanna's Revenge. And so it was a song that was mocking. And so she's playing Rihanna, and then you got somebody playing Chris Brown and hitting her up. And it's to the melody of one of Rihanna's songs. You look so dumb right now. That song. So she's always just been like out of pocket. So I'm not sure if she's ever going to come out of hiding. A lot of people haven't forgotten about all of her long, ridiculous track record. And somebody I think asked in the Discord the other day, they were like, I wonder if Aries Spears is catching the same flag. I feel like Aries Spears can read the room a little bit better than Tiffany, because Aries hasn't said much of anything. He said one thing since the whole skit thing came out, and it was him trying to make fun of Lizzo's body. And I'm like, Aries Spears, of all people, trying to body shame somebody. Have y'all seen this, brother? Have y'all seen what Aries Spears looks like? He literally looks like a fucking... This is the one, and he looked like he about 22 months pregnant too. Let's not forget about that. This is the guy trying to shame Lizzo. Okay, I mean, y'all, tell me something. Tell me something. And he not no skinny mini, his damn self, right? Like I said, he looks 20-something months pregnant, and we still don't have a due date for this brother. And he's out here after the pedophilic skit came out. He's out here want to speak up and make some hot take about Lizzo's body. Talk about nobody want to see that. Brother, do you think when I tell you people have the nerve, the gall, the audacity, baby, woo! This brother himself is in an entire Halloween costume. Okay. They said not a lab experiment. Yo, cut it out. Not a bloated lizard. Oh, I thought that was me. He absolutely looks terrible. He looks horrible. He does. No room. So, okay. So Tiffany girl, I don't know what you out here thinking you doing, but let me tell you something. She locked them tweets down. You heard me. Let's go ahead and take a look, because they was open the other day when I was looking. Look, I called myself. I should have followed her the other day when I was busy screenshotting all of her likes and things of that nature. But she got real sick of it, so she locked them tweets down. Okay. Somebody said, I bet he stinks. Child, he probably do. Ooh. So it's Tiffany Haddish, girl, sit your ass down somewhere. I really wish she knew how to read a room, but she don't. She don't know how to read a room. So Tiffany girl, we're going to be waiting for the next time you say something, girl. And let me just give you a word of advice, even though you don't deserve it. But girl, get some PR and listen to them. Listen to them. Listen to them. Stop thinking that you can just, I'm going to just handle it on my own and say whatever. No, girl, you need a strategy. And you need some self-control and couth and decorum. I'm using our grandparents' words. That's what you need. Okay? Tiffany girl, go and get off my line. Get out my face, girl. Let me get you off my screen. Baby, they have been eating her up, and I've been here for it, and I've been eating her up low-key on Twitter too. Yep, I've been contributing to the eating up. Because I don't play with pedophiles and people who I just don't play with that. I just don't play with that. Right? So it is what it is. Okay. Oh, Lord, we still have several things to talk about. We definitely need to talk about Tyrese. We need to talk about Wendy Williams. We need to talk about Tokyo Toni, Trick Daddy, and get into the YSL trial a little bit. And obviously, we need to touch on Shanquella Robinson also. Okay. So a lot of these stories I started covering a while ago. Actually, matter of fact, I think all of these stories I started covering a while ago. So it's only right that I follow up and give some commentary. So listen, y'all keep asking about the cat. Let me go get the cat, and we are going to continue on with the show. Okay? Are y'all enjoying the show? Are y'all hitting thumbs up? Like, what's really going on? Are we having a good time? Are y'all dropping pancakes in the chat? Has anyone new subscribed? Is there anyone in the chat who has subscribed if it's your first time here? Let's get right back to it in 60 seconds. I'm going to go get y'all's favorite person, Leo. Let's go.
Get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Y'all asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, Stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
Why are you showing them your butt? Child here. These people, they've been asking about you, child. Here. Get these. Is you even chewing them up? Dang. I thought that was you. I'm texting you right now. I'm like, that person's sense of humor, I know it, but that's a different screen name. Okay, cool. All right, can you at least look at the people? They wanted to see you. Can you look at them? All right, one more. These ones are real soft. You eat these faster than the other ones. Okay. All right. Slow down, buddy. No, you gotta get down here. Come on, so that they can see your face. Get your butt out their face. Come on, come down here. Oh, Lord. Get that butthole out their face. Lord. Okay. Ciao. Okay, come on, get down. That's enough. I can't even tell you how many treats that was. Can you get down, please? Get down. Get down before I embarrass you in front of your little friends. Leo, get down. Get down. Talking back to me in front of all these people and get your butt out their face. Okay. That's truly it though, honestly. That's you had a lot. And this you haven't even had dinner yet. So yeah, that's it. We not playing these kind of games. Back up, brother, back up. Thank you. Ooh, I hate how when I'm talking to him, I sound like my mother. We not playing them kind of games. Back up, move. We're not playing them kind of games. I'm embarrassing you in front of your little friends. Okay? All right, buddy. Him's so cute, but he's so sassy. Not the dog barking at Leo. Oh my gosh. Ciao. Look, he's trying to get up there again. We know what, Leo. Come on now. Leo. Get down. Get down.
It's not. Thank you, because it's not a question.
Somebody said, is he a teenage cat? He is, his 9th birthday will be around like May 4th, 5th-ish. I got him when he was like 3 or so, like weeks old. So I like went back to try to, because they didn't know exactly what date it was. So I like did the math and went back. And so it's around like between like May 4th or 5th. So yeah. So yeah. Not him saying no. Yeah, he talks back to me all the time until I really put the mama voice on. It's a mess. Yeah, he's really stubborn. Okay. And we still got more stuff to get into. Okay, where are we at now? We are, should we do a serious and then get into more? You know what? Let's get the serious stuff out the way. Y'all know I was covering Shanquella Robinson up close and personal, to be honest. I backed away from covering Shanquella a while ago because a lot of the information, it started to become really muffled. What seemed like our only source, who was his name? Geraldo from Metropolitics over in Mexico. Something, you know, fishy was like going on with the information that we were getting. And not only from him, just in general, there was like conflicting information, lots of different stories. And so I was just like, you know what, I can't be reporting misinformation. And so it's been a while since I've done Shanquella coverage. Obviously, I've seen some of the recent updates in Shanquella's situation, and I still find it to be extremely unfortunate because it's not looking like, right? And this is not me being pessimistic. Hear me when I say it. Understand where I'm coming from. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm going to start with the articles just so y'all understand my opinion. Okay. Let's get into the articles. Some of y'all may have already seen this information. I feel like the majority of you probably have, but I don't want to abandon her as a topic and make it seem like, well, she's a story of the past, whatever. We're moving on to the next story in the media cycle. Like, nah, I really just couldn't get live between last week and this week, setting up all of my new equipment. But now that I'm here, right, and it's difficult for me to make separate videos about every single topic. Sometimes I just got to go live about my 6 or however many topics. There are no charges being filed. And these are again, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the conflicting information in Shanquella's case. Because here we are. Let's go through the motions, right? No federal charges being filed in the case of the North Carolina woman months after her death in Mexico. The Department of Justice and the FBI have determined that there will be no federal charges filed in the death of Shanquella Robinson. Okay. So, you know, there's some information here, and basically what they're saying is they don't have enough evidence is what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Doesn't mean that they really don't have it, and they feel like they don't have any jurisdiction. Right? I think that, let me see, the death of Ms. Robinson has been incredibly difficult for her family and the community. As a matter of policy, the federal officials generally do not include public statements concerning the status of an investigation. However, given the circumstances of Ms. Robinson's death and the public concern surrounding this investigation, it's important to reassure the public that experienced federal agents and seasoned prosecutors extensively reviewed the available evidence and have concluded that federal charges cannot be pursued. Okay, so that's that. That's the first piece that we got not too long ago. Then, let's see, I think there's a news clip here that I want to play. Let's see if it's going to play. Not the ad. U.S. attorneys said they don't have enough evidence available to prosecute anyone. That means any legal action over the death cannot be pursued. Let's see.
This was done by the Mecklenburg County Medical Examiner.
Yeah, it comes hours after federal investigators revealed they don't have enough evidence to prosecute a suspect in her killing. Channel 9's Jonathan Lowe spent today digging into the U.S. Attorney's decision and that autopsy report. Jonathan?
Well, Madison and Evan, that autopsy was completed here at the Mecklenburg County Medical Examiner's Office here in West Charlotte. This report states that a CMPD detective working on behalf of the FBI reached out to officials here requesting that they complete a complete autopsy to determine Shanquella's cause and manner of death. Major new developments tonight in the Shanquella Robinson case. The Mecklenburg County Medical Examiner just released this autopsy report completed last November 16th on Shanquella, identified as a young adult female who has undergone prior partial autopsy examination. We've learned it was only a minimally invasive autopsy conducted by Mexican authorities not long after her death. It found that Shanquella's cause of death was a severed spine and atlas luxation. However, Meck County ME Dr. Thomas Owens said, based on the history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that the cause of death in this case is undetermined. The report disproves Mexican findings about Shanquella's injuries, saying, due to the limited nature of the prior examination, the spinal cord and the cervical vertebrae and ligaments were not directly visualized to confirm a suspected subluxation. The Meck ME added that they found the most significant findings at autopsy are the hematoma of the forehead, and that the hematoma of the forehead is consistent with blunt force trauma.
We're going to stand with this family and continue to fight until some type of justice is served for this young lady.
Community activist Mario Black, who has helped amplify Shanquella's family's demands, says they feel caught in the middle of a game.
It's a ping pong thing going on now. Mexico say they turned it over, back in February to the United States, and now here we are, April going into May, the United States saying, "Oh, it's over," and to Mexico.
Being able to authenticate first original autopsy is a big deal in U.S. courts.
Former federal task force officer for the Department of Justice, Robert Crispin, is not directly involved with Shanquella's case, but has followed it closely. He says even though the U.S. Attorney's Office has declined to prosecute, the warrant Mexican authorities issued for someone who was with Shanquella in Mexico still exists.
There's the MLATs, which is the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. And all as the Mexican authorities have to do is request U.S. authorities to bring that person down to Mexico for prosecution.
Now, you may remember the people that went on that trip with Shanquella to Cabo, Mexico, said that she died from alcohol poisoning. However, the medical examiner here said in that report they were not able to determine the amount of alcohol that was or was not in her system at the time that she died. Live in West Charlotte tonight, Jonathan Lowe, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
So conflicting autopsies, injuries consistent with blunt force trauma, but no charges from the U.S. Jonathan, big developments tonight. Thank you. This case of...
Okay. So stay with me here. They said they can't charge, right? They said they cannot proceed. The FBI says they will not be pressing charges. So what happens is Shanquella's family decides that they're considering filing a civil lawsuit because there's not being any justice or anything done in this case. Okay? So let me pull up that article so you can see. And then the tone of the FBI changes. That's really strange to me. That's really strange to me. My opinion. Let me make this bigger on the screen so that you all can see. Shanquella Robinson's family is considering a civil lawsuit after U.S. authorities say that they aren't charging anyone with her death. TMZ spoke to the mother of the sister of the deceased about how their family is coping after a decision by the United States officials to close the case on their loved one's death with no one being held accountable. All right. So that's that. However, the update is this. According to FBI spokesperson Shelley Lynch, the Shanquella Robinson case, quote unquote, remains open. So they have not closed the case yet. That means that this isn't over. So listen, I feel like the conflicting autopsy reports don't make it easy. Now I'm not a coroner, right? So I don't, but one determined that, basically the connection between her neck and her spine, the atlas luxation, that it was broke. Another autopsy revealed that it wasn't. So the conflicting reports, the conflicting information, it doesn't make it easy to reach a definitive answer. And I don't think it helps. Now, I do feel like there should be something done. I think that Dejanay should be held accountable, for brutal assault attempted, right? You might not be able to charge her with the absolute murder of Shanquella Robinson, but Dejanay in that video was being a big, aggressive linebacker, okay? And I think it doesn't help that Shanquella was still moving a little bit at the end of that video. So can you definitively charge Dejanay with her death? Per se, I think that might be difficult to say, because who's to say after that camera stopped that other people didn't jump in and other people aren't, physically responsible, if not just complicit as well. Do you know what I mean? So I think that it's a terrible tangled mess, and I don't think the FBI is going to do anything about it. I think when they announced that, listen, we're not going to be able to charge, there's not enough evidence, I think that was their actual decision. Now that they're catching wind that the family might file a civil lawsuit, they're saying, oh, no, it's not closed. It's still open. I think that they are trying to keep the family at bay and the people who are outraged, rightfully so, at bay with a vague statement like that. Because if you've definitively determined that you can't press any charges, then what are you keeping the case open for? How do you now say that the case is going to remain open if you've already determined that you aren't going to be able to prosecute? That's what I'm saying, Leo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right, that's what I said. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I think that this is really unfortunate. And I think that it's sad. This would make it seem as though any set or any group of Americans could go off of U.S. soil, whether it be Mexico, Aruba, wherever it is, do whatever, and come back home, and nothing will be done because we weren't on U.S. soil. So the U.S. won't be able to do anything. I think that they need to get it together. I think that the United States and how they hold Americans accountable for when they go offshore and commit crimes against other Americans, I think that they need to get that together. I really do. And now I think they're just giving they're giving mumbo jumbo, they're giving word salad and words that hold no weight to the family just to avoid the lawsuit. If they do file the lawsuit, I hope that it leads to something. But it's not looking too good. But realistically, in my opinion, it's not looking too good. So that's that. That's that for me. What are y'all thoughts about it? I see some people in the chat that said that's what I want to. Leo, you want justice? You want justice for Shanquella? So only applies to black on black crimes. Yeah, I think that's a good point. They need to send Dejanay back to. That's what I'm saying. Send her back. Even if the United States can't prosecute her here, or they're having a difficult time doing it because it technically wasn't done on our soil, send her over there to a Mexican prison. Send her over there to a Mexican prison. That's what I think should be done. But that's just my opinion. This is a really sad case that it does stay on my mind. I haven't forgotten about it. But the details, sometimes the details can be all over the place and difficult to follow. And I don't want to be the one to spread any misinformation or further misinformation, as a lot of it, and a lot of people were using Shanquella's name for clickbait. Like, let's be honest, they realized she, just talking about her and creating all these hypothetical scenarios about her and what happened, she began being used as clickbait, and I didn't want to participate in that. When the facts stopped coming out, when things didn't seem actual and factual to me, and I realized that the details were a bit tainted by people's whatever they wanted to gain, I decided to ethically step back, and that's what I did. And so I still want to report on her, but I have to make sure when I do, it's the right info. Okay, I do have some ethics in me, so that's that. Yeah, you had the whole fake page of her mother didn't even know how to spell her name right, posted the wrong girl on the page, Court TV posting a picture that's not even Shanquella. That was crazy to me. Completely and absolutely crazy. Luckily that page was taken down. So America's going to treat Black people less than the same no matter where they go. Black on Black crime isn't that serious. Talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about it. The story made Leo upset. Right, I'm about to put Leo out because I can't deal with his mess. He didn't gotten enough treats from me. So that is that with Shanquella. Now we get to, let's transition, child, into something else that isn't as somber, so to speak. And let's get back into laughing and joking on this bus. Okay. Shout out to all of y'all here and thank you for being here. They said Leo trying to get out the room. He is. Let me go ahead and let his little sassy butt out the let me go ahead and let him out the room. Let his butt out the room because I do not have time. I'm ready to keep cutting up. It's late Sunday night. We're getting ready for a new week, and I do not have time for his mess. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I'm getting to Tokyo Toni next. That's what we really need to talk about. But we also need to talk about Bishop Lamor Whitehead with his raggedy self. Oh, he's just so terrible. Leo, give me a second. I ain't forgot about you. Ain't nobody forget about you. Sheesh. Okay, let's take a look at this real quick, and then we're going to get into Tokyo Toni. This is a commercial that would literally never fly these days. Let's take a listen, and I want to know what y'all think.
I'm Richard, a.k.a. Big Head. I work at the Red House, and I'm Black. At the Red I like pumping iron and pumping furniture into people's homes.
Pumping iron and furniture.
I'm Johnny, a.k.a. 10 Gauge. I work at the Red House, and I'm white.
What?
I like deer hunting, bass fishing, and extending credit to all people.
At the Red House.
I'm Black, and I love the Red House. I'm white, and I love the Red House.
I'm a Black woman, and I love the Red House.
I am white, and the Red House is for me.
At the Red House.
Look at the sofa. It's perfect for a Black person or a white person.
This mattress is perfect for a white person or a Black person.
At the Red House, where Black people and white people buy furniture.
And Hispanic people too.
And all people.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain giant.
Okay. 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 All right. I hope they're out of business. That's what I hope. Because, baby, what the hell was that? I mean, I'm gonna have to get Umar on.
Education, special education, psychiatric medication, juvenile incarceration, emotional frustration, and premature extermination.
You know, the commercials from back in the day, I just... I can't. Moving on to another episode of What the Hell is Wrong with Y'all? Oof, we about to get into it, and it's disgusting. I'm gonna have to give you a trigger warning. Are you eating? Like, are you eating? Let me just start by asking you that. Did anybody see why Trick Daddy was trending? Put a 9 in the chat if you saw why Trick Daddy was trending last week. He's just as nasty as he looked. Oh, he's just as nasty. He looked nasty, and he had a nerve to tell us how nasty he really is. Also, last week was trending McGriddles with ketchup. Why were people arguing about putting ketchup on McGriddles? Like, what's really happening? You need to be arrested if you're putting ketchup on your McGriddles. Let's get that out the way. All right. Okay. Trick Daddy. First of all, I've always maintained that Trick Daddy, he literally looks like a melted milk dud. Does he not? Does Trick Daddy not look like a melted milk dud? Just look at his face. I don't really like look, imagine. So this mofo had a nerve to share. He refused to go to the dentist for over a decade. Turns out it was like 15 years. Decided to replace his 30-year-old gold grills for a pair of $60,000 veneers. Baby, what the hell? And what did he keep these 5 here for? What do we need these for? What's that about? You just couldn't let them go. They all flat on the top and they don't even look. Why would you admit that and it be men like this that be like, I want a woman that's 5'5", weigh 130 pounds, skinny, always pretty. And meanwhile, they walk around looking like a gremlin, a melted, deformed milk dud. I'm like, it should really be again. Look at these. These look like them caps that the churn used to have. Them babies with the silver caps that eat too much sugar. A mess. You imagine how many times he brushed them things in 10 years? Probably 10 times. Probably only for video shoots. Refused to go to the dentist for over a decade. Baby, lock him up for oral assault. What's going on? Get this Bama out of here. A melted milk dud is what he looks like. I'm telling you some good stuff. I'm telling you. I'm not sure. Throw him in that category with, what's it called? Flavor Flav and them. Throw him over there. Look at that. And he got churned. Who the hell laying down with that? He didn't really look that bad back in the day when he was singing, okay, what's up, shut up. He did not look bad then. But now, oh, baby, but now. Oh, baby, he looked like a California raisinette. Ooh. Ooh, and I can't even imagine who get, oh my. I can't do. What happened? Did he get some botched surgery or something? Because that was a change. And his face started doing some weird things. Because, this is from him back in the day. He don't really look that bad, And some of his other mixtape. Look at this. What the world? Been eating up his face. He back in the day, he ain't look that bad. He kind of looked like Young Buck a little bit. Oh, he got lupus? Okay. Well, when you admit that you ain't brushed your teeth for over a decade, they said coke and lupus. Lord. They said lupus and not taking care of himself. Well, I don't... What type of man just comes out and says, I refuse to go to the dentist for 15 years? I mean, you just open yourself up to be roasted. Okay. All right. Let me leave him alone. Let me leave him alone. Let me. Let me leave him alone. I'm gonna leave him alone. Okay. Which well, I got my first class ticket to hell. Here I am.
It was gone.
Let me
meet me at the bush.
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
Shout out to all of y'all making it to heaven. Said, Jane, he got lupus, Jane. Shout out to all of y'all that's going to be on the bus with me that said it's lupus and drugs. That'll do it. Oh, baby, because I'm a thug. That's right. He had some hits, though. I can't lie. That's why I'm like, seeing his change over time is like, what? You shouldn't be coming. Why would you? It's just like Soulja Boy. Y'all seen his teeth before and after? Them things look crazy. These men get their teeth done and then they want to show up. Like, how much are they? Oh. How much are they charging y'all to show this? You couldn't. Oh, my. Girl. I'm sure Trick Daddy teeth look worse than this underneath. He had them grills on for 30 years. Oh, yeah, they looked horrible. But look at Soulja Boy mouth. He going to show it. What type of discount? Do they get it done for free if they showed it before and after? Because you couldn't beat this picture out of me. I mean, baby, I would. Mm. Somebody said, stop zooming in. Let me just make sure y'all see the whole. Like, what? What? I would just pay. So Trick Daddy paid $60,000 and still decided to show the before and after. So what, he did it for 20% off? Like, I just, these men are nasty. There's no way. You know, the women not doing this. You see, women got this standard where you don't even want to see that ugly before if they getting a procedure done like this. What's wrong with these men? Do they think it's cute? This look like he got a little bit of mold over here. Look, y'all see where the mouse at? This look like it's definitely some mold living in between these two right here. Like, and they sitting down smashing 5 different women a week and probably kissing them in the mouth. Mental illness. Mental illness. And imagine when they putting that type of mouth down there on your little cootie kitter cat thing. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. They sitting there giving your mouth all tight. They giving your cootie cat gingivitis. You didn't know your coochie could get gingivitis, did you? Baby, this ain't a scientific fact, but you just think about it. If they got gingivitis and they down there munching on your little, what you call them, baby, the cootie cat got gingivitis. Oh! Okay, let's move on. But Trick Daddy nasty, and I had to talk about it. I couldn't skip over that. Oh, melted milk. Looked like a, you ever left chocolate candy sitting in a car? Any kind of candy, really, but specifically chocolate, on a hot summer day, and you come back out there and all of it is just melted and formed together and things of that nature. It makes a Trick Daddy bobblehead. It does. I'm so sorry to say. Whew. All right now. Oh, okay. Tokyo Toni. Let's get into that as a matter of fact. What's this? At the Red House. That damn commercial. Please. All righty. So all right, so I do have some breaking news about Tokyo Toni, right? We know that Tokyo Toni and Blac Chyna have had an extremely turbulent relationship, like clearly. Like Tokyo Toni, sadly, she's funny, but she's mentally ill, like more mentally ill than anything. But like sometimes her outbursts, they funny, right? So I'm minding my business today on her watching her watching her on live, right? And you know, she talk about her daughter like a dog. She say her daughter sold her soul to the devil, and she say all types of stuff. And so apparently Blac Chyna called her today I want you to see this. I want you to see this. I want you to see her reaction. And I want you to listen to what's going on in the background. Like, watch Tokyo Toni's reaction, but also listen to what's being played and said in the background as well. Hit thumbs up, drop some pancakes, subscribe if you haven't already. And let's get into Tokyo Toni and her shenanigans. One thing about it, two things for sure. Tokyo Toni is always going to give us a laugh. All right, let's get into it.
This is what I love. This is what I love. I hate an asshole. This gives me the opportunity.
Oh my God.
I'm going to disrespect any bitch that comes to my page and don't follow me. They did nothing but watch me. Did you not see this, baby? You a hoe. Your mother's a hoe. Your kids is filthy. Yeah, bitch. And you a groupie ass bitch. Period. Hold up, hoe. Let me show you what I mean, bitch. Let's do it like this. Let's put in the word. I don't know what's nothing there. So we got a couple of them. I don't know. I get upset and I like it. Again, let's put in Tokyo Toni. Let me show you something. I'm going to show you when my name don't come up nowhere in none of these videos. Okay? Good. Thank God you don't have
My daughter, this is her right here texting me as I'm spraying this out.
So I don't think that the breakdown is funny. I really don't, because I can see that she misses her daughter. And I can tell, despite how toxic they are, despite how toxic that relationship, should I say, is, I can tell she misses her daughter. And that's why she talks about her like a dog, because she be wanting her daughter to call her and refute and argue some of the ludicrous points that she's making about her, right? But it's the recording of Tokyo Toni playing in the background doing this. Like, that's the part that really got me. I'm like, she is dragging people, calling them all types of bitches and this, and talking about their kids, and then said, let's talk about salvation. I'm like, what? It's always so much to take in when you listening to her, yo. I swear. Listen close.
This is what I love. This is what I love. I hate an asshole. This gives me the opportunity.
Oh my God.
I'm going to disrespect any bitch that comes to my page and don't follow me. They did nothing but watch me. Did you not see this, baby? You a hoe. Your mother's a hoe. Your kids is filthy. Yeah, bitch. And you a groupie ass bitch. Period. Hold up, hoe. Let me show you what I mean, bitch. Let's do it like this. Let's put in the word. I don't know what's nothing there. So we got a couple of them. I don't know. I get upset and I like it. Again, let's put in Tokyo Toni. Let me show you something. I'm going to show you when my name don't come up nowhere in none of these videos. Okay? Good. Thank God you don't have no
My daughter, texting me now. This is her right here texting me as I'm spraying this out.
And Shonda don't save today. She don't even save y'all motherfucking videos. No, people that give me money while I'm in this.
They're texting me right now.
I never got a text about it. And if you come over and you gave money and you did fiery hot shit, I would motherfucking sizzle you and give you $10,000. I would tell you to suck my dick and I'd come kill you, bitch. And want you to tell your people to come. I would love to see that motherfucking Western shit go down. Yeah. When you are unafraid to fucking leave this earth because you know what time it is, bitch, it's something to your motherfucking top off your motherfucking head for bumping into them tonight. You going to hell, bitch, I promise you. Oh, I know you are. From what I know, don't die. Don't choke up. No, ain't no girl bye, bitch. You going to hell. Yes, ma'am. Tell me your first steps of salvation, bitch. I'm waiting. I'm going to give you $1,000 right now. Come on. Bitch, it ain't about shooters, bitch. It ain't about that, you weirdo. Let's talk about salvation. Let's talk about salvation. Are you saved? Let's talk about that. That's what this page is about.
You called her all types of Are you saved? Let's talk about salvation. I know you're not trying to. And while she listening to her own recordings in the background, that's what gets me. And you know what? You know who does that too? Jaguar does that. Jaguar will be, matter of fact, when them lights was flickering in Jaguar house, It was a recording of Jaguar playing in the background. It's like Jaguar play her own recordings back while she is strange. Like y'all just be recording people and doing things, and then y'all play y'all stuff and you go live or record videos while you playing your stuff in the background like it's background music or radio stuff. It's strange. It's strange as hell.
Let's talk about salvation. If you die today, bitch, what happens?
Not let's talk about salvation. If you die today, bitch. I cannot with her. Like she need to go.
Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to grow up. Grow up. Tired of telling y'all to grow up. Y'all need to stop it. I'm tired of it, y'all. You ain't finna work me out.
Baby.
Come on. I don't even know China's number, but anyway, there you go. So I'm gonna give you this glory. So I'm gonna let you slide and tip. If you really tip, you can always go on deck. Okay, have a good one. I don't mind. They come. We get all that conversation. I don't mind because I like to say certain shit certain times. Yeah. That's a weirdo. They couldn't get what they wanted. What you gonna do? Bitch, I know who I am. I know my worth. That's why I make bitches pay me to talk to. I don't know you. So bitch, you gonna just walk up to strangers and just start having a conversation, you and your kids. But you're looking for a baby mama. Or these motherfucking hands, bitch. Which one you want? I'd rather give you the hands. So let's continue. I don't want no hoes talking to me. It's okay, you can be cool as fuck.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
So ultimately, right, what I didn't get on this recording was Angela, she was texting Black China, right? And then Black China called her on FaceTime. She answered the phone and immediately hung up. But when she answered the phone, she was so excited. Like she was really excited to talk to her daughter. I get it. It's dysfunctional, whatever. And sometimes as a child, no matter how dysfunctional your parent is, no matter how much bullcrap they've inflicted upon you, sometimes you just feel drawn to them and to talk to them. No matter how broken you feel they are, no matter how much trauma you feel like they inflicted upon you. You may just feel, and some people go no contact, and it might work for a while. The no contact might be for 6 months, a year, 2, 3, whatever. So look, who knows if they're really going to make it right, if Tokyo Toni is ever going to straighten up and stop trashing her daughter. But for me, the goal takeaway for me was listening to what Tokyo was saying that whole time in the background. I mean, she cussing people out and trying to get them saved at the same time and calling them all everything. Baby, a mess. This is a skit. This is a skit about Tokyo Toni. Okay. And listen, it's very accurate. Let's get into it.
When the Illuminati come for Angela, I can't do nothing about it. I'm not going around the bitch unless I got 2 Rottweilers, rifles, a machine gun on my back, a grenade in my left coochie pocket, an armored artillery truck, a strong crackhead, and Suge Knight. Cut me off. I asked for $500. But see, they all in the ear. So don't get to it. So she don't get to it. You want me to do just go back out here and sell some pussy again? When I want to talk to her, I gotta talk to a PR. That's a white lady. See, that's who they is. That's Illuminati. She all down at the Grammys. How the hell this bitch get to go to the goddamn Grammys? What the hell she do? All she do is suck dick. In that case, what the hell my Grammy invitation was? I've been sucking dick since 79. The requirements and to get in there. Angela, how you get down there in the door? See, that's the Illuminati. Cause Angela ain't got shit to offer them folks. Well, what you gonna give them, Angela? Ass, same ass that them doctors inject that cement and gravel and sand and concrete. I have to give some up to them folks. Well, them folks me, they gonna have my ass back. Illuminati ain't never turned nobody down. They gonna turn this sacrificial down. And they gonna kill your ass for even sending my ass down there to be a sacrificial. Can't sacrifice your daddy. Cause we don't know who he is. Type that we ain't gonna count him. Don't know what you gonna do with them kids. I ain't watching them damn kids, Angela. Let Illuminati watch their ass. They'll have to pay for it. Get the kids. I get it from the Kardashians and them in the Illuminati. They probably got to give me some too. Probably got them kids in the Illuminati insurance plan. I'm gonna get my grandkids, Angela. I don't play by my grandkids. I love my grandkids so much. Lord, I love them. No, they got Angela. Cause she ain't been to Bible school since she was 6. I'm telling you now. When she died. Cause she gon' die. Fucking with the damn Illuminati. The death mark on her. I ain't singing at the bitch funeral. If you would've gave me that $500 when I asked for it, bitch, I would've been singing I'm going up beyond her. Anybody ask you? Now I ain't saying shit. Why the hell they ain't come in and ask me that I want to be an Illuminati?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
I cannot with this lady. I cannot. Like, why was she so accurate? Like, how does she know?
When the Illuminati come for Angela, I can't do nothing about it. I'm not going around the bitch unless I got 2 Rottweilers, rifles, a machine gun on my back, a grenade in my left coochie pocket, an armored artillery truck, a strong crackhead, and Suge Knight. Cut me off. I asked for $500. But see, they all in the ear. So don't get to it. So she don't get it to me. You want me to do, just go back out here and sell some pussy again? When I want to talk to her, I gotta talk to a PR. That's a white lady. See, that's who they is. That's the Illuminati. She all down there at the Grammys. How the hell this bitch get to go to the goddamn Grammys? What the hell she do? All she do is suck dick. In that case, what the hell my Grammy invitation was? I've been sucking dick since 79. The requirements in to get in there. Angela, how you get down there in the door? See, that's the Illuminati. Cause Angela ain't got shit to offer them folks. Well, what you gonna give them, Angela? Ass, same ass that them doctors inject that cement and grout and sand and concrete. Got to give some up to them folks. We have them folks me, they gonna hit my ass back. Illuminati ain't never turned nobody down. They gonna turn this sacrificial down. And they gonna kill your ass for even sending my ass down there to be a sacrificial. Can't sacrifice your daddy. Cause we don't know who he is. Type that we ain't gonna count him. Don't know what you gonna do with them kids. I ain't watching them damn kids, Angela. Let Illuminati watch their ass. They'll have to pay me child support, baby. Get the kids. I get it from the Kardashians and them in the Illuminati. They probably got to give me some too. Probably got them kids in the Illuminati insurance plan. I'm gonna get my grandkids, Angela. I don't play by my grandkids. I love my grandkids so much. Lord, I love them. No, they got Angela. Cause she ain't been to Bible school since she was 6. I'm telling you now. When she died. Cause she gon' die. Fucking with the damn Illuminati. The death mark on her. I ain't singing at the bitch funeral. If you would've gave me that $500 when I asked for it, bitch, I would've been singing I'm going up beyond her. Anybody ask you? Now I ain't saying shit. Why the hell they ain't come in and ask me that I want to be an Illuminati?
I'm sorry, the part to get me because she do this shit is that little random ass smile.
Now I ain't saying shit.
Look, she about to smile up. It gets me.
I ain't saying shit.
That literally.
Why the hell they ain't come in and ask me that I want to be an Illuminati?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Why they ask me if I want to be a part of the Illuminati? Oh my goodness, I cannot. What's her name? B-Linka? Child. Oh, she's a really good comedian. Let me tell you. Oh my God. That was so accurate. And even with her being light skinned, don't fight me. I know sometimes y'all like to tussle. But even though she light skinned, she really gave it off like she was Tokyo. Was Tokyo not light skinned? Again, I know y'all like to tussle. Don't fight me. Y'all like to argue over who is and who ain't light skinned, but let me move on. So that was hilarious. Okay. Her name is B. Lynn. I did follow her, but it's hard to find people again. Ooh, she is funny. She is funny. Girl, let's fight. Right, some people really think it's her. Look, if I wasn't looking, you couldn't have told me it wasn't her. If there was no visual and it was just audio, you couldn't tell me it wasn't her. Honestly, she got that thing down to a T. Okay. Sacrificial. I gotta talk to her PR. That's a white lady. Okay. Tokyo Toni. Okay, Bishop Lamor Whitehead. Are y'all caught up? Are y'all caught up with Bishop Lamor Whitehead? Bishop Lamor Whitehead. Let me see if I can even find a thumbnail real quick. Bishop Lamor Whitehead, literally, you could say he got his church repossessed, but in all honesty, it wasn't even his church to begin with. Okay? It wasn't even his church to begin with. So let me show y'all this thumbnail, because I've done several videos on him and I've seen the documents, and what I'm going to do, excuse me, is I'm going to point y'all in the direction of where y'all can get all the information, although it's like hours long's worth of video. Let me share it. Bishop Lamor Whitehead. So I did do a video on him stealing this church, because he absolutely did. And what I'm going to do, if y'all are catching the replay, I'm going to throw it in the chat for those of you all. If you're catching the replay, I'm going to put it in the chat box. But so the church that he had he literally stole the church from like real people doing kingdom work, right? Link to previous video. These people are real people of God. They give to the needy. They do food drives. I literally just seen the food drive that they did, giving out all types of fresh fruit and all, to the people who really needed it. They've been in this dueling, daunting, back and forth, frivolous court battle because he stole their church, for whatever reason. They've been there for so many years. So catch up on that video if you haven't already. If you're catching the replay, look in the live chat replay. I just dropped it. Okay, link to previous video. Boom. Okay, it's there. So, wait, hold on. I got a super chat. Jane, search New Orleans color purple scene. Oh gosh, that sounds funny as hell. I will search it. So he's been stealing churches, and what has happened is there was some sort of lapse in payment and or understanding with these church owners or whatever, and he slides in and he steals their church, and they've been because he's no longer in the shoebox that he was in when the robbery took place, Bishop Lamor Whitehead. And so he stole this church from these people. They go to court. He's filing bankruptcy. Like, his lawyers are doing all types of sneaky things to avoid having to give the church up. And so when the church finally says, like I said, he filed bankruptcy, all types of stuff. When the church finally said, when the courts, finally said, the jig is up, give the church back to these people, it belongs to them. He got upset. He's up there. He's intimidating these people. And as he was ordered to exit the church, right? Because he was doing his Instagram live. I follow him on Instagram live. He's on Instagram live. He's doing all this stuff. and he's filming from this church because a lot of people talking about his small little shoebox with a curtain behind him, which was the alleged church that he had got robbed in. And he's ordered to give the church back. And before he leaves the church, he destroys the entire thing. Like, he destroys the church. He's pulling paneling off the wall, wires hanging out. He's like, well, fine. This has been a months-long battle. Pam Esquire is her name. She's the one who's been doing a really, really good job with covering the church name is Gloria God. She's been doing a really good job of covering this, and she has one-on-one correspondence with him. So if you're looking for like exclusives on all of this like church stuff, her page is the one to go to. She's been reading the court documents. I've been listening, going through the court documents of the church and him going back and forth, and his slimy, grimy, nasty lawyers doing things, trying to steal this church from these people. These people literally turned it from an auto garage, and I've seen the before and after pictures. It literally looked like a Jiffy Lube, right? But they transformed it, and it's a nice church. They've got a sanctuary. They've got the food pantry where they give the food away to the people who need it in the community, like a church should. So I'm going to drop her channel in the link. And I've actually had Pam Esquire on my show before. Sorry, I can't type and talk. Bishop Lamore. Church stealing. Okay, there's her channel. And so I just put her channel in the chat. She does a really good job covering all of the stuff. So I try to give synopses, when I can, because sometimes she's live like more than one time a day, and the videos are over, more tthan 1 hour. So I try to, watch when I can, but I am following and keeping caught up. But it's a shame. And so the last time that he showed up to the church, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and he's like trying to intimidate them, and he's cussing at them and calling them suckers and jive turkeys. I mean, it's a mess. Like, he's really out here still acting like he's in jail. Honestly, I cannot wait until Bishop Lamor Whitehead gets arrested, because people like him are the reason why folks are so adamant about not going to church. Like, people like him are the reason why so many people are leaving the church, because he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. We ain't never seen him do a food drive or a food giveaway or anything like that, but we see him in his some of his name brand suits, and some of them are fake, right? But we see him in his Rolls Royce and his cars and all his luxury stuff. I can't wait till they get him. Honestly, I really cannot wait. I just, there's no other way that I can say it. There's no other way. No other way. I just can't. I just can't. I'm trying to take a screenshot, but I can't on this new keyboard. Hold on. So that I can remember to Google this. I can't wait till they lock his. I can't even believe he's still walking free, but he think he can beat everything. And I feel like this defeat, right? Because he thought it was always going to be some sort of victory with him stealing this church. I feel like this defeat, it might signify future defeat with him and his legal battles. And the feds looking into him. He had another phone he wasn't supposed to have. Of course, he's not a man of the cloth. Absolutely not. Yes, he was calling him a sucker. He said, "You sucker, you clown. You ain't nothing but a sucker." I mean, like, it is a mess. Like I said, it's all on Pam's channel, but there are lots of videos you would have to go through in order to really get completely caught up and get the full picture. But I try to provide synopsises when I can, which is why I did have Pam on my channel. So when I dropped the link to the video that this thumbnail matches, so I put the link to her channel, which was the last one. But the link that I left above that, that was the video where I actually had Pam on my channel. So she helped give a really nice, cohesive summary of what's happening, what's going on. Matter of fact, I'll drop it one more time in the chat, just for people who might be catching a replay. Recap of the way YouTubers word stuff. Us YouTubers, we gonna make a dramatic recap of the stolen churches of Lamore. I'm gonna drop it again because I have had Pam on my channel before. I'll drop it again. So some people call him Reverend Revenue. Some people call him Bling Bling Bishop. Some people call him Bishop Lamor Whitehead, since all he does is lie. I don't know why he thought these glasses worked for him, but baby, they do not. It's just a mess. So I can't wait until he gets out of the church. I can't believe he still got people following him and capping for him and rooting for him, but somehow he does. I mean, he's definitely a scamming pastor. Okay. So, a man of the streets, leading the sheep astray. Anybody following him, not to say they deserve what they get, but they deserve what they get. I don't even have it in me to mince my words right now. He's a whole hot mess. And if you're still letting that man lead you, if you're still letting this thief lead you, you ain't never seen him give back to the community. He misquotes the Bible. He can barely read. The scriptures he be saying exist don't even exist. I mean, like, I could go on and on for days, but I won't. So we need to talk about Tyrese, Wendy Williams, and a little bit of YSL work, and then we're going to get out of here. We've been here for quite some time. This went on longer than they said the glasses are giving sneaky. They absolutely are. Everything you see that's high end, or it might look good on the shelf or the display, but that don't mean it's going to look good on you. What's really going on? He look like a hamburger or something. You gotta get it together. I have to get it together. Okay. But let's go ahead and get into our next topic. Okay. So listen, I asked all of y'all, do me a favor. Just make sure you hit the thumbs up button. We're still going. It's been 3.5 hours. If you're looking for a way to support the show, you can send a Cash App. It's right here on the screen. THAPLAINESTjane. Make sure you double check and spell it right. But if not, listen, a simple thumbs up, a simple subscription, right? Just subscribe or hit the notification bell. I appreciate all of them just the same. Okay. We're going to keep the show going. I give y'all a lot. When I come on here, I like to be very prepared, and I do like to be very thorough, which is why we sitting here for 3.5 hours. So I'm really serious about my work. And before I quit my job and do this full time, I'm still putting in the work to practice and do what I need to do to make sure that I have it in me to give y'all what needs to be gave. Does that make sense? Does it make sense? Okay. So we're going to keep it pushing. Drop some pancakes in the chat. We'll be right back.
It's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm the Plainest Jane, and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you'd like more of my particular brand of syrup.
Need to get into Tyrese. Child, Tyrese out here hooting, hollering, hooting, and crying on the internet. And while I don't have time to watch his 60 minutes worth of a rant, because yes, he ranted for about 60 minutes. Okay. We're going to get into the synopsis of it all. I might get into everything later on, maybe sometime tomorrow. I might listen to what he has to say and take some notes tomorrow while I'm at work as entertainment, because he is definitely entertainment. He's got to know by now. But let's get into whatever the hell he is talking about on social media. So let's go to a blog real quick and see what they are saying, how they summarize in the 2 clips that they provided.
Attorney Benjamin Crump to
He asked for Benjamin. All I heard was right. I didn't even listen to it all because I wanna get my full reaction. I want to give it all to y'all, right? All I heard when I clicked on it for 3 seconds was Benjamin Crump and Martin Luther King III. And I'm like, Tyrese calling on Benjamin Crump and Martin Luther. Okay. Let's see what Tyrese has got to say. Okay.
You know what else I'm gonna ask? 22. I'm gonna ask all of the other judges and anybody who can step in and help me out.
Hold up. Tyrese speaks on the judge that allegedly ordered him to pay $10K a month in child support. I'm asking Ben Crump, Martin Luther King III to meet me at the courthouse. Okay.
Never had to be on that way you can set a bench for, and I want you to pull up the transcript of cameras and you can document this and really pick up and point out his conduct. Friend, everything that's going to be discussed, because this is all and my family, Attorney Benjamin Crump to join me. I'm asking Ambassador Andrew Young, the ex-mayor of Atlanta, and one of my nearest beloved brothers and friends to meet me. I'm asking Martin Luther King III, my brother, to meet me in the courthouse. That's what I want. And I want this man to do exactly what he's there to do on that bench, according to the law. That's all. You know what else I'm going to ask? I'm going to ask all of the other judges and anybody who can step in and help me out to do a specific review, pull up all the transcripts for every father that Judge Farmer has ever had to be on the bench for, and I want you to pull up the transcripts and really pick up and point out his conduct. My friend and my family, Attorney Benjamin Crump, to join me. I'm asking Ambassador Andrew, public record and public knowledge. There's nothing confidential about our case. It's all very public. We are going to be discussing Samantha's motion for contempt because she's in contempt of court. We're going to be discussing Special Master's motion for contempt. We're also going to be discussing Samantha's motion for attorney's fees. And we're also going to be discussing my motion for attorney's fees. You were supposed to pay for your own attorney since you want to argue about the validity of our court case and our marriage and our prenuptial agreement. Yeah, 22. That way you can set up cameras.
Did the girl break up with him or what? It's given I'm bored. My woman left me. He is supposed to be in a relationship with this young supermodel. I think she's like 22, 23. Like, why do he keep trying to revive this? Like, why do he, like, what, like, let me tell you something. Ben Crump nor Martin Luther King III, which both arguably people have called out for being, look at the coons, look at the coons. Neither one of them going to show up to this. They're not showing up to this. This is a scorned, they are not divorce attorneys. They are not child support attorneys. That's not what they are. They dibble and they dabble in civil rights and personal injury. And some feel like, listen, you outside of your lane. But that's where they stay. Well, Ben Crump, he stays in. They're not going to show up, okay? Is Ben Crump an ambulance chaser? Yup. 2 times a day, does he do decent work or get the word out? Yup. A broken clock is a broken clock, right? But Tyrese. He on here with these shenanigans all over again. all over again. Now, I do want y'all to hear, because I did go past his page. And I'm like, this man is not well. I don't know why this young sister that he is in a relationship with won't tell him to get some damn help. Okay, I see he didn't erase it. What's he at? Okay, let's get it.
Bring the air down.
Okay, luckily he ain't playing. So let me unmute. Share the screen again. And let's get into this.
Bring the air down a little bit. The air, the noise. Thank you. Stay scheming. I see my hat.
Do we see your hat?
See my hat.
Oh, hello.
Love y'all, man. I just want to tell y'all, I just wanted to jump on real quick, man, and tell y'all that in half a mile. There we go. Just want to tell y'all, turn that all the way down for me. Nobody with the whereabouts. I just want to tell y'all, man, that what you will find in this life is that you will get thrusted into these unexpected journeys.
No, you ain't got you ain't in a position to give us no advice. Baby, we don't want it. Sweetheart, you won't even do something as simple as see a therapist. From what we know, that's really the solution to all of your problems, right? You got the money and the clothes, the hoes, I suppose. We don't want advice from you, buddy. We don't. We don't want it. We don't need it. You trying to give us advice. Like, you need to be giving yourself some advice. Let's get into your caption though. Because that's the part where you really you thought you ate. Let's see what's going on. Oh, here he go. Meet me on the steps of the courthouse in Fulton County, period. I'll be there Tuesday morning. Peaceful protest. Oh, not a protest. What's really going on? To all the fraternities. Oh, the HBCUs, the Black fathers. Specifically, all fathers. Unite! Baby, he pulling all the stops. The fraternities, the HBCUs, the Black dads, the white dads, the Hispanic. We have a racist judge in Atlanta who called my ex-wife and the mother of my child a bitch. We tried to get him thrown off the bench. They kept him on, and not only that, they just put him back on my case. Meet me at the courthouse at 8:30 in the morning. Fathers, for a prayer. Please tag all bloggers, press, and media in Atlanta. You guys need to file a Rule 22 motion to be at the actual courtroom with your cameras on IG, Facebook Live, and or the media itself. So I'm slightly confused because I thought you were going against her. You said the judge, you said that she was supposed to pay her own attorney fees, so you're going against her, but then you're also going against the judge, who it's all over the place, child. Let's hear a little bit more what you got to say.
Get thrusted into these unexpected journeys. You will be used in a certain kind of way that you be like, if you sit around and you think about your life, you think about what you envision for yourself, what you plan and what you want to do, man, in most cases, it ain't going to include.
I am. Let's go.
He told them to turn their GPS off because they don't want nobody had a location, and it's still going on.
Keep left.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So, in most cases, If you sit around, you can say, man, I'm gonna be in the NBA, I'm gonna be in the NFL, I'm gonna be an investor, I'm gonna be a lawyer, I'm gonna be a dentist, you know. And do you know how many people end up preaching and being called to the kingdom, being called into ministry, and they're struggling with this calling, but it's such an overwhelming calling. Now they're smart enough to say, let me just submit and at least try it, because it is an overwhelming feeling that just won't go away. So I really feel like, although I have been personally feeling the effects of the family law court system, I've been dealing with these family law court systems, man, in California. I mean, they're the fucking worst, man. There's women out here right now who purposely got pregnant by a high net worth individual. They go to court and they're getting $300,000 a month in child support for a 2-year-old. I mean, just.
Do y'all know Samantha ain't black? Right? So he's talking about women that purposely go out and have a baby with a man with a high net worth as if they did it by themselves. That's your preference. Now you're with a woman who appears to be black. Well, she really looks more Blasian than anything. Y'all go after gold diggers, and then it's supposed to be black women and black fathers fight to help you out. I think not. I don't think so. They be preying on us. Y'all be preying on exotical looking woman, quote unquote. It takes two to tango. She didn't just like go up and grab your penis and take something and take a turkey baster and inject herself with it. Did she? I mean, is that what she did? You got women that be preying on us. And when you go after your preference and you get what you get, don't be calling on the black media to save you. Now, we're going to talk about it because we find it ironic. And I'm so sorry. We do find some of your erratic rants and meltdowns. Sometimes, yes, we get comedy out of them. Do we have on gasoline draws? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But,
this doesn't make any fucking sense, man. So, you know, I feel like at the end of the day, if you're meeting the absolute necessary needs of a child, if someone is no longer in a relationship with you, whether it's the woman you love, your baby mama, your fiance, ex-fiance, or your ex-wife, they ain't with you no more, man. Especially if they decide to leave you, they can't leave you and then try and take your life and lifestyle with them. You left. I gotta go figure out my situation with a new situation, and why am I gonna be paying you for something that you're no longer in? And for whatever reason you left, that's on you.
No, that's on you. Like that, you left. That's on you. No, it's not on her. It's on you, and that's why you want people to come down to the courthouse to march against child support. At the end of the day, child support is based off of your income and your lifestyle, not hers. You want to pay her $1,500 a month. And I'm sorry, the way the law is set up across all states, the lifestyle of the main breadwinner, of the person who earns more money, that is the lifestyle that the child should be entitled to, at least something very similar or adjacent to. So with you having your net worth based off of your pay stubs, your income, your residuals, your Coke commercials from back in the day, your songs, baby boy, your acting, you've done a lot. You make a lot of money. And there are plenty of celebrities who pay far more child support than some damn $10,000 a month. And you feel like it shouldn't be based off a percentage. And you feel like if you're paying for Pampers and formula and clothes, that that should be it. And that's just not how the law works. But I bet you if the shoe was on the other foot with Tyrese being the type of person that he is, and he was a regular dude and she made a lot of money and he was getting child support, because there are several cases where men get child support, he wouldn't be crying about it. He would be taking the money and going on about his business. It's all an equation. And if you want to pay less child support, then find a way to lower your income. Stop working. Stop making as much money. Clearly, your residual, and let's not even forget the Fast and the Furious, right? Fast and the Furious, Baby Boy, the Coke commercials, the music. It's a numbers game. This $10,000 ain't hurting you. I think it's hurting your feelings because you still want Samantha low key, and you're hoping that other celebrity fathers who pay $13,000, $20,000, however much you want Nick Cannon and all of them, and you want them to stand up with you or whatever the case is, and nobody's doing it. You're the only idiot out here, because the more noise you make about it, the more it looks like you're not a great dad. And most of the times when you're going live and you're talking about this, you're not with the child. She's with the child. And so ultimately, it's not even just about buying Pampers and bottles and food. I don't understand how men really contribute to creating a child and creating life and think that the child not hungry, there's still bills to be paid. And I'm not going to go live in no $900 apartment. I'm going to live in a nice place. I need to protect your child, who is the child of a celebrity. So yeah, it's going to cost a little bit more to protect your child. And I don't want to come to you every month and have a conversation with you and what you need that for. Okay, well, here go 200. Okay, well, here go. Like, nobody's doing that. And a lot of times, especially emotional niggas like this, they do that. What you need this for? What you need that for? And they make it a hassle to co-parent when the courts are just like, listen, just give off this money. There's nothing that she can ask for with you giving the $10,000 a month. She don't have to call you and nag about anything or ask you about anything and deal with you deciding if you feel like she deserves the money for the private school or this, that, and the third. So Tyrese, I'm going to listen to a couple more minutes of what you got to say, and then I'm clicking the fuck off.
Samantha's asking me for $20,000 a month for a 4-year-old. Archie with the blinker. My baby has never wanted for nothing since the day she was born. Samantha never wanted for nothing while we were together. The relationship didn't work for you anymore. You moved on with your life. I actually wish her well. I've moved on. I'm happy. I wish her well. I don't know why she left. I don't think she ever loved me. Y'all know the song, but this is where we are. So how do you justify $20,000 a month? I got a prenuptial agreement in place. It says that if you want to argue about anything that has to do with the terms of this prenuptial agreement, then you are supposed to pay 100% of your own legal fees while arguing about the validity of this document. Now they trying to stick me with her legal fees. She's the one arguing about the prenup. So if you want to argue about the prenup, you're supposed to pay. That's what the prenup says. So on Tuesday morning, I am inviting all fathers in the city of Atlanta. And if you happen to be daddy's little girl or daddy's daughter, and you had an amazing relationship as a father, as a son or a daughter, if you had an amazing relationship with your father, I'm not excluding nobody. We all know the power. Women change everything. But I am specifically calling on fathers. And I want every race and nationality of father, because we are one. We are a united front. I'm not going in here to fight this battle on behalf of me. I'm going in there because once they make a ruling, and to have this judge to stick to the law, then every other father that comes in the courtroom, they're going to have to make reference Gibson and Gibson, case number blah 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 blah. Your Honor, this is not fair. They're gonna be able to make reference to the ruling and make sure that no other father has to deal with being taken advantage of. You know how many innocent men are in jail doing time because they got stuck with a child support payment that they couldn't make?
You just a baby boy. You not the hey. He's definitely still a baby boy. I'm real tired. So he's trying to be a martyr. He's trying to go down in the history books. He's trying to be the example to assist men to.
Do you understand what happens year by year, month by month, while we're out here hustling, working our asses off, trying to do whatever it takes to put food on the table and take care of our kids, maintain our marriages, maintain our sanity, maintain, you know, as real men, we are protectors naturally. We are the head of our household, not the tail. And if you take us out, that's when dysfunction specifically shows up. Our kids are out here being.
I can't take any more of this. You know why? Because it's extremely dark-sided. This is very dark-sided. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's dark-sided. I can't listen to any more of it. It's dark-sided. It's absolutely dark-sided. It's dark-sided. And yeah, no. Nope. Can't take it. Tyrese is being very dark-sided. He's being very manipulative. I don't like it.
She's not a Christian!
She could be a Jew and believe in God.
It doesn't matter. She's tampering in dark-sided stuff. Yes, she did. The entire house is dark-sided.
She said her whole house is.
She is dark-sided too. Find me a church. I've done everything everybody else wants to do. Find me a church to go to. I need peace in my heart. I need it now. Bring me.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain giant.
Very dark-sided. Don't like it. And got to get him off my screen because I'm just not having it anymore. He wants to. I don't like this baby boy shit. Nobody's showing up to your party, sir. He's trying to throw a party at the courthouse. He's trying to have a little protest. People might even get a little violent. There's no telling what he's going to do. He looked just like Jody in this video. I don't like it. Nope. Very much dark-sided. Can't take it. Find me a church. It's dark-sided. I can't do it. Okay? That's that. Right? Oh, Lord. Real quick, we really need to talk about this young lady that's been catching a lot of flack online. Lots of flack online. Uh-oh. Oh, they deleted the tweet. Damn. I wish I had a screenshot of it. Well, damn. They were making fun of, let me see, because sometimes you can catch a deleted tweet on your phone. You click on it fast enough. Jesus Christ. I might be able to find it on my phone. I think it was Simone Biles. And they were making fun of her hair on her wedding day. I'm like, how miserable do you have to be to make fun of a woman's hair when she's married, she's successful, she's an athlete? I think the fact that it's deleted, damn. Well, they were making fun of her hair on her wedding day. They said she's always wearing the same nappy ponytail. And they were saying she could have, fixed up her edges. They said she could have at least got a lace front. They said a lot of stuff. But I think the way that the internet dragged them, now the tweet has been deleted. They've deleted it. And so actually I'm going to show y'all the fact that the tweet has been deleted. So let me make the screen bigger. I just feel like it's so sad. Like, this woman's getting married. If she doesn't want to worry about, listen, I worry about laying my edges down sometimes, right? But not all the time, right? And so there's some times where I come on here and you want to see the beady beads, because I have really nappy, really coarse hair. I do. I have nappy hair. And when I finally accepted it and realized I didn't want to wear weaves and wigs no more, I decided to get locks, because I consider locks to be long naps, right? Like, that was just my extremely simplistic, oversimplistic way of thinking about locks, right? I'm like, my hair is nappy. My hair wants to be nappy. I'm tired of straightening it. It's too much work. I want to get long naps, because like, that's what my hair wants to do. That's the natural texture of my hair. So I'm going to lock my hair, period. And I shouldn't always have to lay down. Now, do I lay them down sometimes? Yes. But I'm in between a retwist, or I don't want to get it. Sometimes retwisting your hair too often can cause too much tension, which can cause balding, right? But release yourself from the shackles of thinking that Black women have to lay down their edges for your enjoyment or for your pleasure, right? Because first of all, I think the majority of Black women have participated in Eurocentric beauty standards, right? But she decided to wear her hair in a regular ponytail, right? Had her hair up in her regular ponytail and had a ponytail in. It's her wedding day. It's Simone Biles, for goodness sakes. And y'all are trying to clown her on her wedding day, an extremely successful, an extremely rich, an extremely happy, and a married woman. And y'all are sitting here clowning her hair when you go through your tweets, you just said yesterday that a nigga from jail just forced me to make a Facebook and an Instagram for him. Oh, this is the life you're living while you're coming at Simone Biles. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So what I can do is, I'm going to show y'all this in a second. I just couldn't even believe that. Like, listen, a woman's worries on her wedding day is her choice. Whether she wants to wear makeup or not, whether she wants to do her own makeup or not, whether she wants to have a simplistic hairdo or not. People are ridiculous. And these lace fronts don't even be hitting like that. For it to have our people in a chokehold the way that it does, these lace fronts be looking goofy as hell. Let's talk about it. Some of them look cool. You apply them right. But a bunch of them, y'all be going to YouTube University to apply y'all lace fronts, and your baby hairs are married to your eyebrows like you Erica Banks. I'm so sorry. And y'all, she could have at least got, let me show y'all, because y'all might think it's a game. Y'all might think that I'm lying. Okay? Release yourselves from the shackle of uniform edges and slicking your hair down with 60 products. That's why y'all bald now. Her hair looks fine, but you can see the tweet is unavailable because they've deleted it. So I retweeted it and then I added my own thing. I'm like, y'all are so miserable. Let this young, successful, unproblematic lady live. Like, it's her wedding day, for God's sakes. The tweet was deleted by the author, but I can show you what the person tweeted, because look, you can see the person's Twitter name right here, CAMIYUH, right? Someone commented and says, and that's why she's worth millions. You can see that person literally early in the day. Why this man just made me make him a Facebook and IG from jail. So, okay, so you busy on the phone with people from jail, letting them manipulate you into making them social media while you're sitting here talking about a Simone Biles. A Simone Biles. Okay? You're talking about her hair on her wedding day in her wedding pictures. A Black American gymnast married. Okay. Let's see what her net worth is. $16 million. Okay. Now, as you can see, shout out to the Discord. Someone says, right, because they were calling her ponytail nappy. And someone says, this nappy ponytail got her the results, though. Someone says she could have at least got a lace front on her wedding. Like, why are y'all trying to force other Black women to get lace fronts? Like, that's not the goal for everybody. It's really not. It's not. I'm so sick of us not even loving our own people that we can't even be happy for somebody else on their wedding day, that we have to down them in their edges in their hair, because that's how surface level we are, instead of worrying about being carefree. Because first of all, being a celebrity and being in the public spotlight is stressful, right? Like, I'm literally, in comparison to a celebrity, I'm nobody. And I know how it feels like for me to be in this little teeny ass spotlight that I am. And right, I have to prepare for at least 500 or whatever. And that even can feel very stressful. I always feel like I have to look up to quote unquote par. So it can be stressful to always have to worry about your image, especially as a celebrity. I can only imagine. I never want that. I don't ever want a celebrity status. It's too goddamn much. It's too much. And then you think about your wedding day and wanting to just worrying about being happy in your man and this union and this matrimony, and not have to, if he like my hair the way it is, and I put my hair in a ponytail and I'm clipping on this ponytail, then that's all that matters. All of y'all don't matter. And she posted 2-3 pictures and people are up in arms about it. And I'm just like, what's wrong with y'all? This is why you're stuck talking to niggas on the phone and you're making their social media while picking apart an actual holy union. Like that, you know, make it make sense. Okay, that bomb was out of control. It's a bit much. Okay? It's a bit much. And so here's a really good tweet about it. Simone Biles is one of the top gymnasts that we've seen. She's overcome situations of abuse and other obstacles in her childhood. She's defined her own success and found love and is now happily married. And y'all are worried about her hair. And y'all are worried about her hair. Make that make sense for me. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Let me see if she's got some pictures up here. The pictures looked amazing. No one cares about, at least I don't. I don't care about her edges and if they're laid down or not. It doesn't matter. This is the ponytail that everybody was calling nappy. Like, excuse me? I could see if it looked like she had just got out of bed, but that's really not what it was given. She looked amazing. And see, that's the problem, is the societal pressure to conform to these lace fronts and these BBLs and the surgeries and everything that's just not normal and just not natural for a Black woman, a Black woman's existence. This is the problem. There was nothing wrong with her wedding pictures. People can go to hell. That's how I feel about it. Okay? People can go to hell. Talk about she could have got a lace front. First of all, do you know about athletes and their hair? It really cannot even be the top priority of their concerns, because they're consistently working out and sweating. So it's difficult to sweat and work out for a living, which is what an athlete does. And to really worry about sweatability, that's not where they are. That's not an athlete's priority. So why are you acting like she's some sort of housewife or musician. Like, it doesn't make sense. Stop. That would be like coming for Angel Reese, or even, and while some of the athletes do wear lace fronts, right? Sha'Carri, what's her name? Sha'Carri Richardson and whatever. Most of the time, Sha'Carri does have on a lace front. But everybody doesn't want to be confined to that, or always. I know I wouldn't want to, right? When I wore wigs, I only wore halfway wigs. So I would get me a little nappy wig, clip it in here because my hair is nappy, and it would be like on some, not all the way Shaka Khan, but mid Shaka Khan, to the point where everybody thought it was my hair. But even those halfway wigs, they feel like helmets. They feel like hair hats. They don't feel like natural. Well, I mean, it feels like something on top of your head, and you don't always want to feel that way. So at some point, you just have to accept what your natural hair is doing. You have to accept that. And that's why I locked my hair. Like, because I'm not always trying to, and then straightening it, depending on what type of hair you get put in, if you get a weave, and always, like, it just got to be too stressful. I think I was 23, 24 when I locked my hair. Stop expecting Black women to perform endlessly for what you want to see from them. And that's for Black women and Black men. There were lots of Black women who sat there and said that she should have done something different with her hair. She could have pressed it. She could have did this. She could have did that. Could you imagine trying to control how a woman wears her hair at her own fucking wedding, when a lot of y'all are sleeping with somebody's husband and out here in the streets? Release yourself from expecting Black women to endlessly perform based off of what you want. Let them be who they are, period. Signed, a Black woman. Because thinking that somebody got to lay their edges down every day, something that I don't do, right? They lay down today, okay, but they not lay down every day. And I don't feel like doing it every day. No, I'm not performing all of that for y'all. Now, sometimes I look at my hair and I'm like, what? Sometimes, not all the time. It's when you feel like it. It's on your time, Black woman, not when other people want you to do what they want you to do with their hair. Okay? And if you ain't got locks, a nice curl and go wig, shake and go wig, it can that can take you far too. But because I see somebody in the chat talking about a shake and go wig. I do remember them, but I never liked full wigs, but I do see them looking really good on other people. Right. I didn't even pay attention to her hair. She looked exactly like, why were they zooming in on her hair? I just can't even understand. I just don't even understand. Yeah, but some people are extremely miserable and they just can't be happy for others. Okay. They just can't be happy for other people. I know the queen of the shake and go wigs. I think she's gone, but it's Kiva come get this commentary. And she's very open about it. Okay. She'd be like, listen, I got my shake and go together. Do y'all like my shake and go? Kiva be hella open about her hair. And I'm like, yes, we like that shake and go. It looks very natural. Okay. If you sweat in your head, you can't. Yeah, it's very difficult to consistently have your scalp sweating and to be concerned about how sleek, quote unquote, your hair looks. Like, that's very difficult to do. It's very difficult. Okay. Somebody said we just trying to help her. You're not helping. You're irritating her, and your standard for how you want her hair to look and be, it's not her standard. So you're not helping, right? You're inflicting what you would do with your hair and what you want other Black women to do with their hair. You're inflicting their standards onto her, which actually is more offensive and oppressive than anything. So you're not helping her by any means. So keep that shit to yourself, especially on somebody's wedding day. Cut that. Cut that. At the Red House. Okay, so I can see that we're not going to get to the YSL trial, but we do need to talk about Wendy Williams. Okay. Now, Wendy Williams, there's a lot going on, It's a lot going on. Wendy Williams has this consistent, unfortunate situation. Okay. Apparently, she's got a project coming out by the end of the year where she's been recording her brothers against it. There are some people within her team who are apparently trying to sneak alcohol up to her apartment, but you know, she's been in this alleged like sober, not sober house, but supposed to be in a sober state, right? She's supposed to not be on alcohol or anything because she's relapsed. She's been in different houses and things like that. And it's really weird what's going on around her and her camp. Per usual, though, it's nothing out of the ordinary. For whatever reason, there are people within her camp who are saying, yeah, she's asking me to sneak alcohol up to her apartment. And why would her team be releasing information, detrimental information like that, right, about her? Not to mention the what am I trying to say? The project that she's working on, right? Her team has said that she's working on recording something and it's going to be released by the end of the year. Her brother just feels like it shouldn't be happening. Like, she should not be releasing anything, and her brother is really speaking out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read what her brother had to say. And I mean, her brother is somebody that honestly, Wendy Williams herself has been like, look, stay away from me. But it seems that her brother has the best interest for her. It seems that way anyway. So let's get into what her brother is talking about. Basically says she's swimming with the sharks and that her team around her doesn't have the best interest based off of the state that she's in. So I really want to read it along with you all. But let me go ahead and get it pulled up. Child, me and this new goddamn me and this new computer in this setup, we've been beefing this whole time, low key. Y'all just don't even know. But okay, so okay. Thank y'all for hitting like on the video. Okay, now here we go. We can get into it. Let's see. We'll talk about we just want to help her. Just trying to help her, huh? Help her right off of a cliff. That's what y'all really try to do. A hot mess. All right. Let's get through the last leg of the show. It's been a long show. I can't wait to get.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
Okay. So Wendy Williams' brother, right? And I'll be watching his stuff. Somebody says she needs to beg for her husband back. Wendy Williams' brother slams her manager and says she shouldn't be filming a show. Do you see the condition that she's in? Okay. So let's get into this article and what they are talking about. It looks like Wendy Williams' brother Tommy Williams still has concerns about his famous sister. Now, during a recent interview, Tommy Williams revealed he still has concerns about Wendy Williams' mental state and the company she keeps. Now, I'm concerned about this because I'm like, where's the interview he did? They didn't list it. They didn't talk about it. They didn't hyperlink it, anything. I would love to watch this original interview, see this original interview, read this original interview in its original format. That's the problem I have with this, but multiple different sources have reported on this, but nobody's naming what interview this is. I want to see it for myself. I want to get a feel of his energy, right? But it seems that Tommy, his standpoint is kind of like, listen, our mom passed. My dad is very old. And so I'm the spokesperson for my dad. He's senile, and Wendy is, you might as well say Wendy's kind of senile herself as well at this point. Nonetheless, let's continue. Tommy says, quote, she's so caught up with who she was and not who she's become. And apparently she'd like to get back to who she was because she can't stop talking about that person. So let's all help you get back to that person. But we haven't been able to help because she's up in New York around people, and we, the family, can't get her hooks in properly to reel her into shore. So she's staying out there with the sharks. He then set his sights on Wendy Williams' manager, Will Selby, who accompanied the star in Florida to film his latest project. And he went on to say, I don't trust Will. I finally decided I can say what I saw. I don't trust him. He wasn't a man of very many words. He says that the manager never introduced himself to either him or their father while filming. He goes on and continues and says, and if you're coming around our father and you're putting this big piece together and Wendy's been away all this time and your name is synonymous with Wendy, then speak the fuck up. Speak up and say something. Who are you? I'm just trying to keep my family safe because as my father climbs in age, I'm in the position to do what needs to be done for our family. So Will, you don't have to talk to my father. And it was obvious you didn't have the balls to talk to me or say anything to me. End quote. Now, Wendy Williams' brother also said that Wendy Williams is not well enough to be filming a reality show. And he goes on to say some other things. And basically, the only thing that Wendy Williams' manager, William Selby, came out and said was, it's not a reality show that she's been filming. I would agree that she's not in shape to film a reality show, but my whole thing is this pertaining to Wendy Williams. She's not well enough to do a reality show. We all know that, right? And I love me some Wendy Williams. She has paved the way for any woman behind a microphone. I don't care if you're on camera, on the radio, on a podcast. I really don't even care if you're on production behind the camera as a woman. She has paved the way in a male-dominated industry, and I got to give her respect, honestly. And I've studied her for years, right? However, her podcast has recently been called off, right? You remember there was all this promo out for the Wendy Williams podcast, and she had to make a completely different Instagram because they wouldn't give her the rights to her original Instagram. And then Sherry Shepherd got all that drama, right? I covered all that. And if she wasn't well enough to do a podcast, and a podcast doesn't require you to come on camera, right? A podcast is audio format only in the classic sense. Some people give you the bonus and they'll call something a podcast that has visual as well. But in a classic sense, a podcast is audio only. If you need to tell me Wendy Williams isn't even in good enough shape to do a podcast that's audio only, that can be heavily edited, even if she's out of it or says some things that are a little out of line, and you can chop and edit it and make it sound cohesive, what would make you think that an on-camera something or anything would work for Miss Wendy Williams? I do agree with her brother in this sense. I understand her and her brother have had a tension-filled, right, turbulent relationship. But if she's filming something on camera, I worry about how that's gonna make Wendy look. Wendy has had to recover from so many different mishaps. Remember when she lifted up her foot on the camera and she's had, the lymphedema thing that she's got going on, and she's said and done all types of things since she's kind of fell out of daytime television. You remember when she was filming in her house in front of her kitchen, and when the Rona first hit, and there have been reports of all types of stuff, her masturbating in front of staff, just being completely zonked out, zooted and booted, right, in a not so fun or positive way. So I do also, I share the concern of her brother of, y'all filming her, you won't let the family around her, y'all are feeding her what she wants to hear, which is, you're still that girl, you can do whatever you set your mind to, and having her going out there looking like a deer in headlights. Because that's have you seen Wendy Williams out lately? Her eyes are so big, and I get it, she's got illnesses, so I'm not making fun of it, but I'm just describing the way that she looks when she's out, like, on the streets. It doesn't look, it does not look good. And they're going to get paid regardless of if Wendy sinks or swims, or if the court of public opinion feels like this is good or bad. They're going to get paid regardless. That's why they're milking her this way. So I know her and her brother don't quite get along. I know that. Okay. But Wendy's not always going to be saying the right things out of her mouth. Her mind has been slipping. Even when she did the video, when she told us about who was holding her money at Wells Fargo, and within her former team. Have you ever listened to an 80-year-old woman talk, where their mind starts to slip a little bit? And this is in the nicest way possible. I don't want them to exploit a woman who is not at her best. If they can't do a podcast and something that doesn't even require video footage, they definitely can't do anything having her on camera that's going to represent her in a positive light, especially if she's so stuck on who she was and how on par she was back then whatever they're filming right now is not going to do her any justice. It's not going to do what she wants it to do. So it's honestly sad to me, low-key. It's sad to me, low-key. It's really sad. But I have had correspondence with her brother. I do empathize with Wendy Williams. Her son isn't. The family, it doesn't really seem like the family has any it seems as though she's like pushing her family away in a slight sense. She likes what these people who are pumping her head up and letting her know, hey, there are still opportunities. You got this opportunity, as opposed to her family who was just like, sit down and rest. Wendy doesn't really understand what it is to sit down and rest. She's been an overworker her whole life. Her whole life. She's just work. And it's all about the people saying the magic words to her that resonate, because I feel like Wendy Williams is still in autopilot mode. It is 11:11. I still feel like Wendy Williams is in autopilot mode, where she went to work, she got off work, she might have had another gig, she did that, she went to sleep for 6 hours, got up, did it again, and she's just always talking business and what's the next move. And her family telling her, just rest. Just that she doesn't, it's been over 3-4 decades, and she ain't sat down and rested. So I still feel like she's fighting against who she was and trying to get that back. And she's afraid if she sits back and rests, that somebody else will get her spot. But the fact of the matter is, somebody does already have her spot, but they don't. Her spot is already gone, as in she doesn't have it anymore. But has somebody taken Wendy Williams' spot? No. because nobody can ever be Wendy Williams. There's nobody on daytime TV that's keeping it as spicy as her, that's willing to take the risks that she's taken. But in her mind, it's been over 40 years that she's been programmed to not stop working. If I stop, somebody's going to get my spot. So it's difficult to tell somebody to sit down when they've been doing the same thing for 40 years. So I feel like she's in autopilot mode, and she doesn't like her family telling her, hey, we're here for you. Just sit down and relax. Like you're overexerting yourself. Whereas though these people that are trying to exploit her, because they know they're going to get a bag, whether she fuck it up or not, whether she looks crazy or not, they're going to get paid. She likes what they are saying, whether her family. And that's my opinion on where the dilemma is with Wendy. And that's why sometimes when I take 6 days off, I be like, oh, I feel ashamed. I be bad. Tell me the last time I was live. It was like 6 days ago. I felt bad. I was ashamed. But, you know, sometimes you get caught up in this system where you just want to be live. You're afraid that the algorithm or somebody else or, you know, it's been so long. But sometimes you really have to take time for you. And I never want to be at the point where the people who care about me the most, my family and my loved ones, are telling me it's in your best interest to sit down, and I'm fighting them on that based off of my physical and my mental health. And in Wendy's case, it's definitely physical and mental health. She needs to relax. I do feel like if Wendy takes some time and sits down and relaxes, that she would be able to sit back and do some Howard Stern type shit. She spent so much time in the industry that there's so much she could share and reveal and hold no cut cards and be her older self. See, because that's the thing. Everybody wants to do what the 18 to 35 to, 40-ish year olds do. But there's not a lot of representation for the people who are over 50 and accept the fact that they're over 50 and shoot wisdom from the hip from that standpoint. Jennifer Lewis is one of them, but there are not a lot of them, right? And Jennifer Lewis has a different realm of experience than Wendy Williams, right? But if we had more, dare I say, aunties or whatever the case was, just accepting like, listen, I'm 56, I'm 57. Let me tell you about what I've seen and how cutthroat this industry. You better get your, and just shoot it from the head. Wendy is very good at shooting from the head, but she's always been, after her radio days, she was stuck in, I wouldn't say stuck because she stepped out of it sometimes, but she was cooped up in this syndicated box, that had to be dainty, especially you talking daytime TV, not nighttime TV. So she couldn't say or do whatever she wanted to do. But Wendy's body languages and her facial expressions were so loud that even if she didn't say what she meant in a Howard Stern type way, she said it in a daytime TV type of way and gave it a look like, you knew what they were doing. But she's to the point now where she doesn't have to be in that syndicated box anymore. She's out of it. So she can make her own podcast once she takes some time to really heal her mind, right? Her body is a whole nother thing. But she could sit still in her house in one seat with people who could film her that she can trust, who are not going to exploit her. Give her from here up. Don't do the leg down. Wendy Williams' legs, you film them, they might look a little funny. Give her from the chest up and let her shoot from the hip and ask her questions about this male-dominated industry of radio and television and syndication and how to overcome all of these obstacles and some of her best and her worst stories and experiences and what she's heard. And oh my God, that would be an amazing show. But hey, I'm just Jane. At the Red House, she could totally do the Howard Stern thing. Are you kidding me? Make sure her diet is what it needs to be. Make sure she's not overdosing. You know, she a lot of times she needs a banana pack and she's doing too much. Make sure she can think clearly and tell us about this industry. You survived. You were a trailblazer in this industry. Barbara Walters is gone. She'll never be able to share what she knows, but you be able to tell us something. She would absolutely be a beast if she was on the radio. Absolutely. So, you know, if she can stay, again, this is allowing people to edit it. That's why I said, if she can't do a podcast, then what else can she do? That would be having people, even if they're short takes, you know what I mean? That really takes trusting people. And I'm really unsure if she would be able to attain and really search for and grab people who really will care about her, as opposed to people who are going to tell her what she wants to hear, which is why she keeps a faulty, sharky, sneaky, snaky team around her. That really takes trust in the right team. It really does, to make sure they're going to edit it, because Wendy ain't going to be editing the stuff, right? It takes a lot of trust to really execute something like that, honestly. So Wendy would be good at that. I would love to hear Wendy Raw nowadays. Hello, we used to hear Wendy Raw on the radio all the time. Then she goes to daytime television where she can't say all she want to say. Now she's off daytime television. Hello, give us some Raw Wendy again. We used to get Raw Wendy back in the day. Back when she did so much talking that she got Beyonce to call in. Beyonce called in and said, "Can you stop calling us Beyonce and the girls? That is not our names." She got Whitney Houston to call in. Whitney Houston was ready to beat her. I mean, like, the list goes on and on. Like, she was hella raw, but she was raw in a way that was bothersome to others to bait them into a convo. Now she can be raw about her experiences in the industry, in which she's had a lot. And for decades, she's definitely experienced and overcame a lot. And I want to hear those stories. I want to hear how she overcame certain things. I do. And I think that those will be very valuable conversations. She should do it. Total was ready to meet her in the streets. Absolutely. 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 She ruined a lot of relationships with celebrities and gave no, exactly. Give us the raw. Like, she has that in her to just not care, right? Give us the raw. She had the R&B girls pulling up. Okay? Like, stop playing. Stop playing. Okay? Let me see. I wonder if those are copyrighted. I'm gonna just take a run. Wait, I'm gonna do the Beyonce first. See. Throwback Radio. Destiny's Child versus Wendy Williams. Hold up. The Wendy Williams says Beyonce sounds like she has a 5th grade education. You know what, Wendy? Girl, why was she? Ooh, it's a lot of, but you know what? It's a lot of like background sound here, but this is vintage radio stuff. And honestly, every time I've heard this clip, now that I think about it, it has had this background sound. So I do want to listen to it, but we're going to have to deal with the background sound, y'all. Is that okay? Is that okay? We're going to listen to Beyonce get Wendy Williams together. You're right, Smooth Art Design Lab. Ciao. Oh my goodness, the feedback and the rattling here. Jesus. All right. I can't do it. I'm sorry. That's too much. I just can't do it now. Let's see if we can get to Whitney Houston. Y'all can always type in Whitney, Wendy Williams, Beyonce, and look that up. But I can't do all that background. Oh Jesus! Tell me this one don't have. I can't do that. That's just too much. Wait, y'all can't hear? The audio is bad? Hold on now. If y'all thought this audio was bad, what would y'all have thought about the Beyonce one? Because that one was real bad. Okay. It's muffled. Got you. Thank y'all for letting me know. Let me go ahead and change my settings real quick. It's not right, but it's okay. I'm gonna make it anyway. All right, let's see. This should work better. Okay, this sounds a lot better. Wait, y'all still hear nothing. Hold on.
Who else did we talk to that we thoroughly luxuriated in that we, wow. Some of you might say extra buttons, you have to be ready with it. If you leave the room while I'm talking to Whitney, we're going to have to fight.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. With your finger on the pulse of the curse words.
Oh, Whitney's there.
Well, you mean Whitney?
Yes.
All right, you guys. First there was Mary J. Blige and J-Lo and Mariah Carey. Who else did we talk to that we thoroughly luxuriated in that we, wow. Some of you might say Janet, but not the same. I don't know why, but I could take that or leave it. I would love to have it, but if I didn't have it, damn. Oprah just celebrated her 49th birthday yesterday. I idolize her, but even Oprah, like, it's not the same. Take it or leave it. You know what I mean? Okay, let's go in. Whitney.
Wendy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my Lord, have I waited for this day?
Have you?
Well, yes, I have. Haven't you?
Whitney.
Yes, dear.
Absolutely.
I know it.
I don't believe that I've ever met you in my entire career.
Ain't that something you talk about me all the time?
And you are top billing.
Is that why you talk about me all the time?
Absolutely.
You don't even know me.
But here's the thing. I talk about you in two ways. In the way that the media talks about Whitney.
Yes.
But I always talk about you as being one of the greatest voices of our time. Mariah Carey is another one. You two do two separate works, but you have a voice that is just unbeatable, Whitney.
I love you, and I thank you for that. I really do, because I know, in spite of everything, you play my records.
I do.
I know that.
And I also feel like you and I have something in common.
We do.
Well, yeah, besides the, the motherhood thing and so on and so forth. Whitney, your new CD is out now.
Yes.
The first week it did very well. It's not doing quite as well right now compared to perhaps what the record label thought it would be doing.
Well, it's never what you thought I should be doing.
Okay.
It's never what you think I should be doing. It's never what you think you say I'm doing. It is what's going to happen. You see what I'm saying? I don't want my album to peak too quickly. I don't want it to peak too quickly because I want to go through the summer and the fall.
Okay, I understand.
So there is a plan.
Okay.
You understand what I mean? Like you set the schedule on a day-to-day basis, or who you going to talk about, how you going to talk about them?
Yes.
Well, that's how I do.
So we love the song, the Dear John letter here on the show.
Yes, ma'am.
And speaking of letters, you no longer have to write to Bobby. Bobby's out of jail. Bobby's back home now?
Yes, baby. You get on his phone, don't you? You got the 411. You should know.
I want to make sure that I have all my stories straight.
Yes, baby. He's home. Well and intact.
Do you regret Diane Sawyer interview?
No, why should I?
Well, it didn't exactly show you in the best light.
You don't think so? Well, you don't show yourself in the best light. People still listen to you.
Yeah, but I'm on the radio every day.
Yeah, we just don't get to see your face, but they should know what you look like.
I understand that, Whitney. Perhaps one day I will have a TV show, but in terms of what I do, when I'm not shown in the best light, I guess one of the best things that I love about my career is that there's always tomorrow to come back.
See, and I love about my career is that my music speaks for itself.
Yeah, well, it does.
You know what I mean? So, I am the second most interviewed behind Monica Lewinsky in the history of interviews.
I'm surprised you're second to her. I mean, as far as...
Not like too cool about coming behind her, but it's all right with me because I got a lot of mileage from that. And I think that people basically, the people that I talk to that make comments to me were very proud of me because it was a moment. See, I'm not one for sitting down and talking to people. You can talk all you want about me, but my mother always said, don't try to find a lie with truth, because then you make it worse. Because people like to lie for whatever reason, they like to lie on you about.
Right.
However, I thought that it was a major step for me to sit with Diane Sawyer, the biggest interviewer in the world, and talk with her and give her what basically I thought I could give, And I think people enjoy back seeing me and seeing me growing and being a spiritual person, and that I have a family that loves me and cares about me and protects me. And that was the idea.
Well,
Wendy.
yeah, no, it was very entertaining.
You thought it was entertaining?
Yes.
Ah, you're funny.
Yeah, I mean, please, me and everybody, we were all watching together. I recently...
It was a very funny moment.
Yeah, well, yeah, from start to end, it was quite entertaining, Whitney.
Well, I'm glad you entertained, because you watched it, didn't you?
So Whitney, as far as you stand with drug use, is there drug use going on at this present time?
Who are you talking to?
To you, Whitney. You.
No, you're not talking to me. I'm a mother. Only my mother has privy to that information. You talk to your child about that. Don't ask me no questions like I'm a child. You talk to your baby about her, what she's going to be confronting and what she got to deal with.
And
don't ask me like I'm a child, because I'm not a child, Wendy.
My child is a little boy, and I will talk to him about drugs.
Don't talk to him about that shit. Don't talk to me about that shit.
But listen, Whitney, I will talk to my son about drugs because I have been where the world speculates where you are, which is I was a full-blown cocaine addict. So
not mine. Move on.
Well, that was my problem, Whitney.
Did you ask God to help you?
And no, I managed, thank God, because I have a good man. And so thank God I was able to just rise up above it and quit. And all I asked is, okay. And you on Diane Sawyer also mentioned that you'd want to see receipts behind the drug use.
Man, if I spent that much money, somebody better give me some receipts so I get tax returns.
Well, speaking of spending money, so recently I was hearing that you were trying to trim the budget, which, by the way, Whitney, I thought that this was something...
Where the hell you get that information? Who's calling you and telling you?
Well, I got this story from a gossip named Steve Hers. You ever hear of him?
No. Well, like you said, gossip. Yeah.
Steve Hers is a West Coast correspondent, and I communicate with all the different gossips. It's what we do,
you guys are going to have a gossip lunch, huh?
Something like that. Anyway, Whitney, they're saying that you're doing some massive budget cuts.
I'm doing massive changes.
And you know what? Yeah. I wanted to let you know that this is something I think is good. This is a good Whitney thing.
You like it? You approve? Yeah, Whitney approve.
Oh, Whitney, please. Listen, they were saying that you cut your mother's
you don't know what the
allowance.
You don't make me curse on the video. I'm trying to be, come on.
Well, Steve was saying it was from about like $1,600 a week to about $500 a week.
I want you to kiss my
Okay.
Don't anybody else ever think I do that to my mother, you low down dirty.
He also was letting me know that Michael, Gary, and your sister Donna, who run your Nippy company, are also experiencing the slashes across the board. They were saying that you have a 24-hour-a-day bar on site.
Oh, baby, she was ruthless. This is why I want to hear her. I want to hear her. If she was willing to go with celebrities like this, she needs to go at the entertainment industry. Radio, TV, she needs to go with the industry with this type of energy, because the industry be covering up a lot of stuff, a lot of misogyny, a lot of abuse, a lot of mistreatment, a lot of sexism, misogynoir. The patriarchy is horrible within the entertainment and the talent business. I want to hear that same fire and desire. I want to hear that type of energy up against the energy. Yes, I do. The industry, should I say. Now, let's listen to a little bit of Judge Mathis.
What happened was, when she picked the red card, I showed her. I said, you know more about the streets than me now. I'm out the streets and you in it. Because she was right and I was wrong with the 3-card money.
If I had some cards, I would ask you to do that too. I don't feel as if there's anything wrong with that, Judge. Because you know why? Well, look, I want to talk with you because here on this show, whether it's TV or radio, one thing that Wendy Williams does is keep it real with her audience. Now, my audience knows all about me and what I've been through. And what they don't know, I go into explicit details in my book. Now, that might not be true according to you about this woman that allegedly you slept with. You allegedly got her pregnant. Listen to just let me draw up the skeleton, Judge, and then you fill in the meat.
Wendy, I didn't read that part. Now you making that up.
Okay, let me draw up.
WBLS about to be sued for defamation. You gonna make some stuff.
Okay, Judge, you are
even alleged.
Okay,
now, that's called defamation.
All right.
That's called defamation, Wendy.
Okay.
She did not allege that.
All right, look.
I'll tell you what she alleged, and it wasn't that.
All right, you tell me what she alleged, Judge, in all of your anger.
I'm not angry.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm not angry.
Okay,
she said that she had an encounter with me where I was getting high.
Doing cocaine.
Doing
Brought to you
cocaine,
by
which you've been addicted
Classic
to most of your
Throwback
life and
TV.
still addicted to based on your nasal passages and all these days you're missing at work and going in and out of the bathroom right while I'm here in the studio. As I told you, I've never used
New York
cocaine
City,
in
are
my
you following me?
Listen, I've never used cocaine in my life.
Okay, well,
never in my
tell
life.
me what else she alleged,
So,
Judge.
She also alleged that I asked her to sleep with my wife.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And so, and if you want to believe that ridiculous nonsense, you feel free to. But and you want to keep fueling it when no one else has even asked me about it.
Nobody else keeps it real like
everyone
this.
in the media knows that tabloids print trash, but every week that they pay people to come up with you or anyone in this studio can go to a tabloid and tell them, I want to sell you a story on someone, and they'll buy it.
Right.
And if that's the type of stuff that you fuel on your show, feel free to. But I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
I also
got I didn't do it.
I also
and
got
I
it
have
from
nothing to do with it. And I don't know the woman, never met her, never used cocaine. Now, let's talk about fueling your stuff. You, on the other hand, have admitted to being addicted to cocaine.
Absolutely.
Secondly, you continue to show symptoms of your addiction.
Okay.
Lastly,
What are those symptoms? Tell me.
These nasal passages you keep coughing up.
And I did Afrin.
This eternal cold that you continue to have.
Yes,
that you can't have to come to work because every other week, and now you even stupid so low as to blame it on your baby. Your newborn? How low can you get? That's about as low as you can get to blame your child for your cocaine addiction. Then, lastly, your bisexual activity. I'm sure your audience want to know about that. I've heard that rumor.
I'm sure my husband would love that.
Yeah. Oh, he watches? Does he watch when you do it?
Yes. Don't you know?
No, I don't know. I didn't know you were that low down. Lastly, we can continue with what I heard about all those abortions, like 8 8. You had 8 abortions.
Wow,
That's what I heard. That's the rumor.
How
Now you want to keep
interesting.
fueling that? Did you write about that in your book?
I wrote about abortion in my book.
All
Yes.
8 of them?
Yes, I
8.
wrote. I have an abortion.
Goodness.
Unlike you, Judge,
You're
I'll
the
be
worst.
smarter
I
about
think
my
these
book. I don't
sponsors
reveal
continue to-
everything for
all your
free.
sponsors
People
continue
must
to-
buy my book to
all
get
your
the information
sponsors
that they need to
continue
get.
finance this radio show knowing that you had 8 abortions, a cocaine addict, and a bisexual. Sponsors continue to put up money for this show.
You know what, Judge? You are
better watch out for
protesting.
the anti-abortion crowd. I can tell you that.
Let me just
You better
say
watch
this.
out for them. You better say something to them. Don't explain to me.
Let me say
you ain't
something.
on trial with me. That's what you
Let
gonna
me
be on
say
trial
something
with.
to you and to
Yeah.
everybody listening.
Go right ahead. See,
You
let me tell
you
what thought,
are
Wendy. You thought you were going to get me on here and hijack me.
You
But you
are
got the
the
wrong
Tyson
person.
Beckford.
You got the wrong person, darling.
You are the
You got
Tyson
wrong
Beckford
guy.
of the
I'm not
protest.
some of these I'm not some of these soft guys you done had on here that you think you can talk anything to. I come from the hardest streets of America. And if you think you're going to send me back to the streets fueling these nonsensical rumors that come in
I'm
a
not
tabloid,
fueling
why don't
anything,
you
but
talk
I'm
about
just
the other
listening.
tabloid article where I'm supposed to beat up the Reverend, me and Reverend Jackson jumped on a preacher in L.A. You didn't see that?
No.
Or you're just too fixated on drugs and sex to discuss that? Is that your problem?
I
'Cause you
didn't
got
see
a
that
real
one.
fixation with drugs and sex, and that's all you talk about from what I understand
Tell
on
us-
your show.
tell us
And
about
now
the
we know
beatdown.
why you had all those 8 abortions.
Okay.
My God, do you have any spirituality in you at all?
Tell
you
us
need to go
about-
to church. What church do you go
Tell
to?
us about
'Cause you
this-
need God in your life.
Tell us
That's
about
what
the
you need.
beatdown,
And I'm not
Judge.
mad. Anyone that knows my show know that I don't take any disrespect or I don't let anybody say anything they want to me without me checking them real strong and real tough. And that's what you're getting today, Wendy. You're getting a real good checking. All right, which is what you need, and quite frankly, it's overdue. You get folks on your show, and you just think you can talk and say anything you want to them. Well, that's what I do on my show, and my show has higher ratings than yours. So I'm trumping
Very
you today.
interesting
I'm
part of it.
trumping you today.
No, you're not
and I'm
trumping
letting
me,
you know
Judge.
that you're gonna have to listen. 'Cause I'm
You're
giving the
actually
orders. I
not
am
trumping
the
anything.
judge.
What me and my audience talk about we talk about on a regular basis, and it's actually very comical to me. All of the protesting you're doing, it's almost like that saying
I'm
thou dost
checking you. This
protest
is
too
called
much.
being checked. You understand me clearly. This is called when you think that you can just treat people unfairly and say what you want.
I am not saying what I want to you. I simply asked you about this
Let me tell you
woman,
what you've done.
and you immediately
You
jumped
tried to spit.
to the highest
I tell you
of
what I immediately did.
protestivity
I tell you what
about
I immediately did.
something WBLS New
I
York.
immediately told you that it was untrue, and I told you that it was tabloid trash, which all public figures have to endure.
Right.
And then you continue to want to talk about it for 10 more minutes, and I informed you that you were fueling rumors by continuing to talk about it,
No, 'cause
thereby
I wanted to
damaging my reputation.
No,
and
no,
I'm not
no.
going to let you do that.
I just
And when you
wanna-
try to do that, you're going to get checked every time you do it. Are you clear on that? Or do I have to continue checking you over and over? Because I will. As long as I'm here and as long as you get out of order, I will check you.
So you don't know this woman.
Yeah. There you go again. Are you still getting high? Because I just saw you leave the bathroom looking like you were getting high. In fact, you got white powder around your nose right now.
do.
Yes, you do. Ask your colleagues.
Okay, can
You
we
all
bring a
look at her
close up?
nose. Doesn't it look like she
Can
got
somebody
white
bring a
powder
close up
around her nose?
the VH1
You
cameras?
got powder around your nose. Let's take a look. It looks like it to me. It looks like you got white powder to me around your nose.
I don't know whether-
You still a dope fiend? I need to check you in the rehab and pray for you.
Wow.
You need help, sweetie. Let's all get along. Turn to Christ.
Okay.
Turn
to Christ!
What you go to?
Where my deck of cards at?
You picked the wrong one this time, Wendy. That's all.
No, I think I picked the right one, baby.
That's right. You want to build your ratings up on me.
This is
you want
like
to build your ratings up on a real star.
absolutely
That's
nuts.
right, baby.
There's a murder going on. There is a whole murder taking place. Do y'all see? Are y'all the police?
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police! Help!
Oh.
Look, after this is over, you and I still cool?
I kiss you now. We cool now.
No, I don't cheat on my husband. You know,
that's right.
You know,
screw other women in front of him. That's what you admitted to a minute ago. Remember, you just said he watches while you screw women. Isn't that what you said on the air? Your listeners heard you. You are denying it now?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it?
Artie,
it's tough dealing with a real one when you're used to dealing with fakes.
Okay,
it's tough
I just need somebody to weigh in on this. Artie, weigh in on exactly what is going on here, because you're here every day. You know how I deal with my listeners, and you know, can we take phone calls?
Let's take some phone calls. Absolutely.
Okay, let's take phone calls. We'll take them right now.
Yes, sir.
And damn it, nobody curse. We need phone calls right now. Judge, you need to have you have headphones on. Okay. Hi, BLS, you're on the air. Hello? Is this the day that you...
Hello?
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 Hi.
She needs your help. She
you're
needs
on.
your help. Wendy needs your help.
I got you, Wendy. I got you.
No, turn your radio down. You're on the radio with me and the Judge Mathis.
Oh, okay.
All right. Next. Lolo. The super people. Super friends.
She needs your help.
Fan
she
out.
needs your help.
Hi, BLS.
Hello.
Hi.
Is this Wendy?
Yeah.
Hey, Wendy. This is Valerie calling from the Bronx.
Hi, Valerie.
Hi. First time I get through to you.
How you doing?
Good, good. I'm listening to your interview with Judge Mathis.
Yeah.
What's up with him? He's going off on you.
That's right. I sure am, because she's spurring untrue rumors trying to damage my reputation.
I am not spurring them. We're dispelling them.
No. You've tried to talk about it for 20 minutes.
No,
yes, you have.
We're trying to dispel
them. And you did it
them.
with Chris Rock for 2 hours. Thought I wasn't going to hear about it, and I did. So I couldn't wait to get here to check you to your face. Sweetie, this is what I do on television every day, and thank you for watching.
That is true.
That's what I do. So I'm real. I am who I am.
And Wendy,
I'm only
yes, with you haven't been able to come back on him.
No, she can't. You know what? Judge, she too high.
Because I am absolutely.
She too high. That's why she can't, sweetie.
Look,
brought to you by
thanks, Val.
Classic Throwback TV.
And this is going to be my I think final comments on this while you're here,
because I have to do a book signing.
There's a woman who's alleged that you had an affair with her. She's a younger woman. She's about 24. She's got a big behind, long 2-inch nails, and she apparently went to sell her story someplace. All I'm asking you is, did you know the woman?
I told you that.
You said you didn't know her. Right. You said you've never smoked coke or done coke. But the way that you're reacting, you have to understand. Is
the way that I'm acting is a person who knows that their reputation was defamed by you for 2 hours with Chris Rock behind my back based on trash tabloids. The way that I'm acting is that I came here today and then you tried to talk about it for 20 minutes after I dispelled it to you in 30 seconds. I've worked long and hard to overcome the streets of Detroit. I went from jail to the 15 years to the youngest judge in America, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you or anybody else defame my reputation with this nonsense.
Were you backstage at the BET Awards with Gators and all like that?
Continuing to fuel rumors that are untrue. That's why I'm checking you and anybody else to do it. And this nut over here that keeps making noise while I'm talking, I'm gonna get on him in a minute. This little hood with his pants down below his butt like he got no respect for himself.
Why are you looking at my butt, Judge?
Showing his nasty drawers that he ain't even washed. Don't nobody want to see that. And he must don't know that that's what they wear in prison. I know because I've been there. And the people who wear it in prison are the homosexuals who want to be someone's wife.
Let me ask
if that's what he wants to be, I get him a husband.
Were you backstage? Were you backstage at the
He look a little
BET
soft
Awards?
anyway.
I want you, Judge. How you doing?
The loafers.
I want you, baby.
Were you backstage at the BET
Anybody else want to get checked?
Flirting with the young girls.
I'm checking everybody here.
Were you backstage at the BET Awards?
The only person I was flirting with at my wife, and she was at my side every second. What woman did you hear I was I'm supposed to be flirting with.
I just heard you were back there taking pictures and being charming.
Taking pictures and being charming.
Yep.
And for that, you call me flirting. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see why I'm checking you? Because you just said what you heard was that I was backstage being nice and being charming and taking pictures.
Well,
and for that, you said you heard I flirting. It was actually different things.
It was actually
so
a little more. But
once again, you are trying to fuel things that hurt my reputation. I don't know why. Are you jealous? I hope your VH1 show takes off, but don't hate on me until it does. Hopefully you'll get on television. You keep trying. This pilot I'm giving you today, it might be the one that sells your show and gets you on television. Then you don't have to hate on me no more, Wendy. Then you don't have to try to fuel
Judge Mathis, nobody's hating on you.
Outrageous allegations.
Nobody's hating on you.
Can you call me Judge? Outrageous allegations. And so that's why I have to check you every step of the way.
The very interesting thing is that we've had people dispel rumors in much more calm ways than the judge. And I'm so shocked because the judge is more mature, and I just thought you would have a more mature
look at me.
I wish
you haven't read the book, obviously.
I wish that the book just came out, Judge. I've been busy with my own book, telling my own truth, which is something that.
What about us? But you don't know me. That's why you thought I was
concentrating on me.
That's why you thought I would be calm while you continue to defame me and damage my reputation. But I would never be calm if anybody tries to do that to me.
All right.
And they will get checked over and over and over, just like I'm doing you. And since I can't talk anymore, because your little homosexual girlfriend over here with his pants down, his butt, like he has no respect for himself, keep interrupting. I'm out of here.
Judge,
Thank
please
you,
call me.
and good
How
luck
you
on your
doing?
show. But please stop hating on me. It'll be all right.
I love you.
Do you need
I love you.
Do you need some money?
I've
no,
got my own
for your
thing going
cocaine
on.
habit.
Oh, yes,
I don't want to give you the money
That's
for that.
right.
Have a good day, sweetie, and take that
Judge, I'm bending
homosexual
over.
with you. All right, bye.
There he goes.
Bye.
So, in the name of Jane Sweeping Bush, who is here in the chat, let us go in the bush and weep.
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
I can't believe she... Woo! And he... Baby! I mean, I understand his frustration. Woo! Okay. I mean, Judge Mathis was not playing with her. Okay. Judge Mathis was not playing with her. You know, some people go to Beyonce route. They don't respond to lies and rumors and made up crap that was told about them. And other people feel like it, and sometimes you might take the Beyonce route. You might just like let things ride for a long period of time until finally you reach your point where I'm like, let's address this. Let me call in. And I mean, Wendy, her thing was whether she quote unquote won or lose the verbal sparring. Her thing was she still won because she got the ratings based on it. Even if you listen to that, and clearly Judge Mathis won, right? He won the verbal war of that. But Wendy got the ratings and she got the listeners on her show, right? So in her way of thinking about it was, okay, he came here, he roasted me, right? In my own space, my own radio, whatever. but my ratings just went through the roof. I baited him into this argument, and that's what the classic shock jock for you. I tell you, I take some things, some of Wendy's tactics. I don't have it in me to be a flat out shock jock. Like, I just don't. But I do understand the shock jock's tactic because I study media. Radio was my first love, whatever. Wendy, oh, baby. Well, Wendy, baby, he served you your ass, as a lot of people did. Beyonce served her. Whitney served her. Judge Mathis served her. It was a lot. And the fact that Wendy Williams mentored Charlamagne, are we surprised at Charlamagne's personality, his antics, anything of that nature? Like, are we really surprised? Like, that is who raised him in a media sense. All right. Now all Charlamagne is about is what does he say all the time? Sending you healing energies and the therapy, young brother. But he's not as reckless as he used to be by the mouth as he was. But Wendy, like, was his mentor, honestly. So that was a complete, absolute hot mess. She did a few more She did a few more lines off his gavel and kept it pushing. This secured her 3 more years. I cannot. Judge Mathis definitely read Wendy Williams her rights. I can't say I blame him, especially because he didn't call her out of her name. He really spoke to her habits. You talking about some scandal from a tabloid. Let's talk about your actual admitted life and what I see and what I've witnessed and what I've quote unquote heard about you, since you're talking about what I quote unquote, what you quote unquote heard about me. Let's match energies. You think you're good with words. You use this platform, which has exponential reach, to talk mess about me. So let's go ahead and give you a dose of your own medicine on your own platform. And you're going to let it ride because I know you want the ratings, but I'm going to roast you on your own stuff. I don't blame him. I don't really think it was quite, because sometimes people feel like, don't be addressing a woman in an aggressive way. And I totally understand if you don't be calling them out their name or trying to like drag them per se. But if you match your energy, you match your energy. Like if I was Judge Mathis, like what was he supposed to do? Go get a sister to drag Wendy Williams? He was supposed to go get a sister to do it? This wasn't a physical spar. This was a verbal spar. And Wendy can be pretty lethal with her lips a lot of times. She can be very lethal with her mouth. And she can't expect that only women are going to shoot back at her with the verbal sparring, right? Your mouth can get you in a lot of trouble. Ex Tasha K, right? And Tasha K will say this herself. There's no shade. Tasha K is very open, so it's no shade. So I don't blame him for actually engaging and participating in the verbal spar. He didn't call her a hoe, a bee, he didn't call her out her name at all. He spoke to her habits. You do coke, right? You're high. Same thing he said, you're a crackhead. That's Judge Mathis for you. That is Judge Mathis for you. Okay, so she's had a lot of times where she got called out by the people. He did say 8 abortions. That's crazy. And she didn't even really refute that for real, which is bizarre. Whitney is number 1, Judge Mathis number 2, Omarosa is number 3, and Dragon Wendy. Yeah. Omarosa definitely dragged her on her own show too. And that just had the nerve to be televised. That wasn't even a radio, Omarosa. I think Omarosa went there for her book release, I believe it was, which is when Omarosa dragged her. So yeah, it was definitely a thing. It was definitely a thing. So, child, that was something else. We pretty much got to everything. The only thing we didn't get to speaking about this evening was the YSL trial. I just don't have the time or the energy for it. We've been here for 5 hours and 12 minutes. So therefore, I am going to gracefully bow out. Okay. I love you all so much. Make sure you stay beautiful, black, and blessed. Drop some pancakes down below in the chat. Don't forget to hit thumbs up on the video if you haven't already. And also, don't forget to hit subscribe. All right. It helps to make sure that you get notifications when I go live. All of my videos aren't 5 hours long. Sometimes on a Saturday or a Sunday, typically a Sunday though, we'll just go live and we'll talk about a lot of stuff. And really, I was backed up with a lot of topics I needed to get out to y'all. So I had to talk about all these things. But throughout this week, I do look forward to giving you all individualized videos that obviously aren't as long as this one. Somehow I have to find a way to go back and give y'all timestamps for this video. So make sure you subscribe. I do edited videos. I do live videos. Some of the videos are 6 minutes. Some of them are 20. Some of them are 30. So I understand a really long video like this can be extremely intimidating when you just walk up and you like 5 hour video. What? It might get some people through their shift. Other folks feel like this is too much. I'm not doing it. So there are different types of consumers, fans, supporters, stickies out there, and I do appreciate all of you all. Make sure you hit the notification bell as well. It'll help to ensure that you always get notifications. And keep in mind that if you are a channel member, you do get first dibs when it comes to notifications. For some reason, channel members, their notifications come through like right away. It seems like they are like prioritized. So they're always first in line in the chat, and it seems like everybody else, their notifications, they come secondary. So I do have a really cheap tier. It's $199. So join the membership. It's $199. We have a lot of fun behind the paywall with the backstage stickies and backstage lives and posts and et cetera and so on and so forth. And now that I'm set up with my new Mac Mini, and I think they call it an Apple Pad, they call it. So you can, if y'all can see my setup, I'm really excited about it. But I'm all set up. So I'm ready to pump out live after live after live after live after live after live after live. Okay. So I love y'all so much. Y'all have an amazing evening. Y'all have an amazing week. I hope y'all find something great to watch on Netflix. The last thing I watched on Netflix, it was called Obsession, and it was bizarre. It's a limited series, very easy to binge, only 4 episodes. I do recommend you watch it. We will be talking about Monique's special backstage sometime this week. I do have some thoughts, and I'll stop rambling there because I need to go eat and get off live. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for engaging with the video, participate and dropping the pancakes. I will catch you all later today. I do plan on going live when I get off work. Well, it's actually 11:59. I thought it was like 12:03. So I'll see y'all Monday when I get off work around 5. I get off work at 5. I'll see you sometime after 5 o'clock when I get off work. Bye. I'm tired. I'm pooped. It is time for me to go. And I appreciate y'all being here for this bus ride. Y'all make sure y'all have an amazing week. Stay beautiful, black, and blessed. And send me tips, send me stories on Instagram, via email, or in the Discord. That information, well, Discord information isn't in the description box, but email and social media, whether it be Instagram or Twitter. If you see any interesting topics popping off, shoot me a message, tag me in it. If you think that I should cover the story, okay? Y'all stay beautiful, black, and blessed. I'm sending y'all positivity, good vibes, and all that stuff as always. And I'm going to catch you in the next video. Deuces.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on Black culture or vital and trending information, be sure to subscribe by hitting that little circle in the middle of the screen, or I'll catch you in one of these rectangles to the right in another video. I'll see you there.